Uh-oh. We's live, guys. We's live on the YouTube. Welcome to Uncle Yahshuah 25 to Life Testimony TV. Ain't too many in the building yet, but the Most High will and others will be coming on in. Shout out to Yanok, shout out to Diana, shout out to Zayana, shout out to everybody else coming in the building. Shout out to Alina, daughter of the Most High. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. All right, guys, we got another good one. Got another good one coming up tonight. So I had another piece of the story that I was going to tell, but I'm like, all right, you know what? I got to edit. I got to do some editing because now I'm at the point, guys. We're at the point of the timeline, I'm guessing, where we're going to get to the part where we start telling how I got the 25 to life. Okay? So I was wondering in this part of my life story that we're telling that I was going to get to the part where I start telling about the 25 to life. Okay, so I'm guessing we're getting there. We're getting close. What's good, KD Kid? That's what's up. What's good, Mariam? All right, so yes, so we're getting closer to that point. So because of it, as you guys remember from last week, because of it, now I'm at the point where I introduce y'all to Palace Mob. I introduce y'all to some of the music. So I got music, there's soundtracks to every part of these stories. There's albums that we got like 15 albums done already, right, from all the different years. So now what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be kind of, when I'm telling the certain stories, I'll be playing some of the songs so you can have the clear picture of what's going on. So I had one tonight, I was going to tell one, but I need to edit the mess out of that because that's back when we was Palace Mob. It's cursing all the way through it. So I'm like, okay, I can't play this. Is way too vulgar. All right, Brooklyn Red. Pigs, Flatbush in the building. Shout out Brooklyn Red in the building. What's up, King? All right, guys. So we're going to get into this. We're going to get into this. But I know y'all like, what happened to the intro? So I got some for y'all. I'm going to do a little better. I'm going to do the intro, but I'm going to do it with the little extra part in it, because last week I heard it. It was coming through the browser. It sounded horrible. I'm like, that is not how the song sound. So now I got the intro with the little extra part of it until I finish the other video. But I'm going to do it this way. So here we go. Add the stream. Okay, I'm guessing that just started playing. Once I added the stream, I didn't know it was going to play right away. All right, let me do this. I'm going to put it back again, right? And then I'm going to make it full screen so that, let me do this. All right, so here it go. Sound a little better this time. A little bit of the music video before we complete the whole one. Rolling down 109 in the truck.
Slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs, the level where funds gets tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mug. That city a pity with 50 took 9 of slugs. That place in Manhattan, the Latin, he made this shit happen. Where Pac got shot, thinking big and played them like Madden. That place where rap been born and crack been spawned. That place where Mackin and Horn been cracking since dawn. That place where the black is gone and they on to that blue. Where half my hood is low, half is Damo. Now what you thought this was? Some kind of joke, cuz I'm about that dollar nickel like Rich and Poe was. New York problem is too much battle rap. That's that balance. We tryna stack that paper trap.
Rolling down 109 in a truck.
Yeah. That was for everybody, Louis V, Charles Coleman, and everybody, Brooklyn Red, everybody who liked the intro, who wanted the who wanted the intro. I did a little better that time because it wasn't clearer. The song wasn't that clear last time. All right, guys. So now we're going to get started. I'm going to finish the video. I'm going to have the whole music video for y'all eventually. So now we're going to get started. Let me do a little brief part.
This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
All right. Now we're going to get started. Let me put my banner back up over my head. Where you at? I don't know. Where's the banner at? I don't know what happened. Whatever, man. I don't even know what happened. Where's my banner? Let me see. No. Let me try this one. No. I don't know. It don't want to go over my head. All right. Unless it's this one. This one? No. All right. Well, I guess we're going to have the 25 life over my head this week. I don't know what that's about, but whatever, man. All right. So now we're going to get started with the story. All right. Let me put my chat up here so I can see kind of some of the chats. Oh, Yadasa said it was there. Oh, so it must be messing up on my end. Hold on. Let me give me one more chance. Let me try to put it back. Show. Okay, so is it there? The 25 to life over my head? If it is, then it's on my end. Okay, so my stuff messing up on my end. All right, well, it is what it is. No one y'all can see it. All right, so now we're going to start this story off, guys. Remember, this story is starting off from last week. Okay, so last week we ended the story with the club being shot up, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share screen, right? And I can't start it because you'll have other people who would just literally like find it and they will kind of be lost. So we're gonna do a little bit of a recap of the story. Here we go. They're like, no, ain't nobody, it's just us. And say, Linwood, he inside. He said he ain't coming outside. He ain't working the door. So the gist was the club that I had in North Carolina, Henderson, shout out 252, right by Raleigh and Durham, my nightclub, it was getting spooky. They had a lot of gangs that was coming in there. So guys, watch last week's story about I forgot what the title of that was now. Oh, it's right here. I apologize for 5 dead in North Carolina. Okay, so watch that story to get the complete. So I'm going to tell it so we can add the wrap up on the end of it. So I sensed from my street senses that it was just a matter of time before this club it goes down. So my bodyguard, Linwood, my bouncer, and my construction worker, he told me about in Raleigh, in the clubs in Raleigh, they hire off-duty police and they have police cars. So I hired them. But then my co-workers from Brooklyn end up firing them. So that's just a little update for those who didn't watch the first one. So I'm like, huh? So I went inside. So I'm like, I go inside. So it's already, it's not too crowded yet, but it's still the music playing this crowd. So I'm looking for Linwood. So I'm like, then I seen him. I'm like, Linwood, come here. So he walked, he doing security inside. He said, I'm not working at the dojo, man. I'm not working at the door, man. I told you, man. I said, what happened? I'm not working at the door, man. I said, what happened, Linwood? Where's the police? He said, you better talk to your partners. So I said, what do you mean? He said, when we hired them, he said, we hired the officers. After we hired them, right, in the meeting, I'm a I had to leave. So I was just getting the update so people can bounced. me and my ex in Africa.
All right, let me fast
Love you,
forward.
Sean, but I ain't working that door, man. I'm like, come on, like,
So they fired.
I need you by my side.
My partners fired
talked them
the
into
police
it.
security.
So I said,
And so Linwood said he ain't working the door. He like, I love you, everything, Sean, but I ain't working that door, because he could sense. We could all sense that it was something was gonna happen. It was just in the air.
I sent my other man, because I had people that used to everybody. He's a Debo. He go through the hood robbing everything.
All right, let me go.
So they all.
Let me fast forward.
So he's like, all right, we going in. So he go in. I'm like, I might as well don't even search you at this point, right?
Okay, let me go further. Let me get to this story.
One of my waitresses is laying down.
Here we go.
Loud. You can hear it over the.
All right, guys, here we go.
Martha, yo, Sean. I said, that's what's up, Sean. You making it rain. All right. Free drinks for Sean. He paid for, he like, so Martha got him to calm down at the bar. Playing, so everybody's starting to get back normal. We turn the lights back off, right? Thing is, Martha to dodge the bullet. Front, my Benz there, we start rolling the blunt or whatever. So you hear, bow, 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 bow. Loud. You can hear it over the music inside the club.
So,
bow, 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 bow,
just
bow,
suggest
bow.
you guys, you got to go back. If you wasn't here, watch this video, okay? 342, watch the first video. Live, I apologize. I just need to give a little update so people won't be lost on what I'm telling.
Boom, boom, boom. Ah, bang, bang,
So
bang. Like,
it's a bunch of shootouts going on in my club now, inside the club, okay? So
let's go. So he tried to
go.
In the middle of the floor. They had turned the light on by now. He in the middle of the floor with 2 guns in each hand. He in the middle of the floor.
One gun in each hand.
Y'all can't kill me. This my motherfucking hood. Y'all can't kill me. And he like this. And he like, boo! He busts a gun. And I'm like, and I could see over on JB's, the VIP, I see all their boys. They got guns. People spreading around. People are down, ducking. And then I see over in Flint Hill, I see them scattered. I see the back door. People are running out the back door. People run out the front door. So you see people are on the floor, and I see people scattered. And then I look around, and I see people laid on the floor in blood. And I'm like, I see a dude laying there, blood. I look over here, a girl is laying down, blood. One of my waitresses is laying down, blood. So I'm like, and he's like, y'all can't kill me. Y'all can't kill me. And they start shooting again. Boom, boom. And he run. Boom, boom, boom. They are in the club having a shootout in the club. And he run to the side. He grab a table. He knocked the table over. He got a table. It's like a doggone Western movie. And they're like, and I'm just standing there. So I'm like, and I'm kind of frozen. Because I'm like, it's so surreal. And I'm like, my club. That's the only thing I could think, my club. So I'm standing there, and then he runs. This that Sean dude. He runs. So now I'm giving you a hindsight. He's shooting out with Flint Hill and with Wheelchair. They both wanted him dead because he'd been robbing. They've been so.
This is the Debo dude, Sean. He's a big dude in North Carolina and Henderson, and the 252 who came home, and the Wheelchair blood gang and the Flint Hill blood gang. Everybody had beef with him because nobody wanted him home. He just had beat some bodies, right? Some killing, some murders, and he came home. So, and he robs everything. He's a big Debo, right? Psychotic, and his name was Sean. So he's in my club shooting it up with all the gangs.
Down. What happened was everybody in Henderson knew that Sean was home, and they were waiting. They knew he was going to come to the palace eventually. His mom, Martha, worked in the kitchen.
Palace
Palace, Platinum Palace was the name of my club in North Carolina. And the name of my record label was Platinum Palace. And the name of my rap group was Palace Mob, P-Mob Gang. All right, so this was my brand. All right, Platinum Palace. So they knew it. This was a city beef. This was their stuff. I'm from New York. This ain't my thing. This is their history beef. So he runs and he grabs the table and he's like shooting. They still shooting. They shooting. And then other people are shooting. Okay. So it's like people just shooting at each other. Bullet. All right. So just so I can get on with the story. So they shooting up the club. The dude, Sean, looks at me. He's ready to clap me. All praises to the Most High. When he was ready to clap me, I was actually in crossfire. I was stuck. He looked at me like I'm about to wet him. And right when he was about to shoot me, they started shooting again. So he had to jump down again and run till he ran towards the kitchen and started shooting again. And then that's when I ran to look for my partners for the fanny pack. For those who watched that part, I was looking for the gun. My partner had a revolver in the fanny pack. I'm like, where's the fanny pack, right? So anyway, so so now I'm catching you up, okay? So on this video that you see on the screen, guys who didn't watch it, you go back to it. I show pictures of the nightclub. So, because guys, people will just find us, and a lot of people on the internet be thinking stuff be fake, because it do be fake. But the thing at Uncle Yahshuah 25 to Life Testimony TV, we show receipts. So I show the cars, I show the nightclubs, I show the houses I own, I show everything. And then I got people that'll come on here that was with me, and people who know about this. So my street cred, my legitimacy is already cemented where I'm from, all through New York, North Cac, all that. All right, so. All right, so now I'm giving you. I gave you your. Hold on, let me see what I'm. Before you get to our little office, and I just. Okay, that's when he had me. Okay, so I guess this is it. Let me go to the end of it. Hill, he set it up for Flynn Hill to catch Martha's son. That's the part. That's the part that we're going to continue the story for. One just busts, he just leaves. He shoots his way out the front door, and he gets his way out the front door, and then you could hear sirens. You can hear sirens, like you can hear the police coming, and then you hear the other ones like wheelchair. You can hear police coming. I forgot what they call them. They ain't call them police. They call them something. They ain't call them Jake. I forgot what they call them. But basically they said, police coming. So Sean fled. He took off. He left. And then I seen wheelchair get up, leave. And then I see Flynn Hill. But then that's when I seen the bodies. There was about 10 people shot, women and men. And there were 5 people killed. So in my club, 5 people lost their lives. I saw the dead bodies on the floor in the blood, and the people crying, screaming over them. And I felt so bad because it was my club. To see, guys, all of these dead bodies on the floor, and to see the people crying and screaming, and to know that these people came to my club to enjoy themselves, and it was my responsibility to protect them. And I did what we had to do. Me and Lil, when we did it, we would have stopped this, but these partners went behind my back, being greedy. And this was heavy. It was heavy for me to see all the dead bodies and to feel a certain sense of responsibility. And I felt a sense of responsibility, but I was trying to avoid this from happening. And we had it. Me and Linwood, we had it. We had the police. We hired them. And these little fanny pack Brooklyn clowns, I ain't talking about my Brooklyn goons, shout out to Brooklyn, but these were clowns, got these people killed. Later, I got to find out who was killed. There was one guy who used to die, his family member. It was really sad, guys. The police came for part 2 because we don't want to go past 4 hours. That's insane. I can't believe we did 4 hours. But just so to whet your appetite for part 2, they charged me with murder. I was out on bail fighting the 15 to life. Now I got charged with murder for the club shooting. Everyone in the streets said it was Sean who shot up the club. So in North Cat, they called me Sean for short, for Rashawn. So I dumbed it down for them. No disrespect to my dirty South, but they were a little slower than us. Y'all know New York, we talk fast. You know what I mean? Everything on 1,000, everything on 100,000 go. You heard? So, you know, I'm New York, Rashawn the guy, Rashawn, you know what I mean? So in the South, they're like, Sean. So I just let them call me Sean. You know, they like, Sean, hi, Sean. And everybody call me Sean, right? But the dude who shot up the club, the Debo dude in North Cat, his name was Sean. So everybody in the streets, so that's that part. What did I tell y'all they called me in North Carolina? Sean. They put the police, the gangs, it was probably that Sean who really did it. All the streets said this. So you know how a rumor starts and then it spreads, and by the time it reaches, the rumor been added on to? That's what happened. So the word was Sean shot up the club, right? And everybody knows the Sean, Martha's the thug, the killer, Sean. But once the rumor grows and spread, by the time it reached the police, the rumor grew to Sean, the owner of the club from New York, is part of the blood gang from Flint Hill. He set it up for Flint Hill to catch Martha's son, Sean.
All right, now I can do it from here.
And
thank you guys for being patient. Stop sharing. All right, let me come back. All right, now I can set it up from here. Now, so guys, like the rumor, yes, daughter of Yahshuah, that fanny pack clowns, fact. So and shout out to Brooklyn. I'm talking about the real Brooklyn. You know what I mean? You got fake thugs everywhere, real thugs and fake thugs everywhere, real people and fake real, no matter where you at. All right, so we by the time it reached the police, it was Sean from New York. He's blood, right? Because now, first of all, I'm with Palace Mob, P-Mob gang. Palace Mob, because Reynolds is from New York, right? Reynolds is blood in New York, in Hempstead, where I'm from. Reynolds is from the desert, over there where Prodigy from Mobb Deep used to live at and stuff, right? Reynolds is blood. He only 18. So my hood is blooded out. This is 2006. New York is blood dripping red. It's crazy. They just running around wearing red everywhere. Everybody, they just Reynolds is blood, and then we got E-Banger. E-Banger from the Palace Mob. Y'all heard some of the music. He's from North Carolina. I found him right there. He from Henderson, and he blood, because Henderson is mad blooded out. So E-Banger is blood, and Reynolds is blood, and me, I'm an OG from Parkside Projects, and my whole project in Hempstead is blood. Okay, so y'all gonna learn in the 25 to life story. Now we're gonna get to the stories where they lock me up.
I'm gonna get to the 15 of life, and then how they gave me the 25 to life. So the 15 of life bid, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get a little bit of that tonight. They charged me as the king of bloods in my hood in Hempstead. Okay, now this story where I'm at, I was home on bail. Okay, I bailed out 100 G's. I paid $100,000 for a lawyer team. No, 50 G's cash, and $100,000, and then the 50,000 for the lawyer team. Yes, 50,000 cash for the lawyer team, and 100 G's to bail out the cash, right? So I got receipts for all that. Y'all know. All right. So, and I probably showed another part of the story or whatever. You know what I mean? I got receipts for everything. Got in my briefcase, a whole court history, everything. I went to the United States Supreme Court. Okay. So now I'm out on bail for the 15 of life, but they're charging me as the King Blood. That's what I'm fighting against. And I'm gonna tell the story of that arrest here. That's part of the story tonight. All right. So, and this leads to the 25 to life. So by the time the rumor reached the North Carolina police about the club shooting, it reached that Sean, the one from New York, you know what I mean? And even Africa. So the funny part was that this part of the story, Palace Mob, P-Mob gang is now, I left Reynolds and E-Banger. I put E-Bangers back in the hood. He ended up start smoking. I'll tell that story another time. And then Reynolds, I stopped messing with Reynolds because Reynolds, from the story I'm about to tell, I ain't going to tell that something happened with Reynolds, right? The other ones, 3 of us in Palace Mob. So now the Palace Mob, now the rap group is me and Africa. So we international Palace, Patton Palace. But Africa, because Africa was in Brooklyn and Africa was in Long Island, Africa's from Brooklyn and Hempstead. He came to Africa, went to Brooklyn. He the ones that was on Jamaica Avenue and Canal Street and Fulton Street, the Africans that flipped the mixtapes. This is the mixtape days, guys. The mixtape with 50 Cent made all the mix. When 50 Cent got his deal, when all that, this is the mixtape. DJ Clue and all that, these are the mixtape days. This is the heyday of hip hop, all right? So we had the plug for Africa. All the Africans was the ones who flipped the mixtape. So if you go to the old DVD movies on YouTube and you'll see 50 Cent and G-Unit and all them and Jay-Z and them, they would go and on Canal Street and everything and kick the Africans' tables up, and because they was bootlegging everything that moved. I had an insight with the Africans because I had Africa from Senegal, part of Palace Mob. So we was bootlegging our own stuff. Uncle's no joke. Our branding was popping. Okay. So now I'm saying this because even Africa, because where he was living in Brooklyn was blood. And then when he came out to Strong Island, he came to Hempstead on the Heights and it was blood. So Africa was like blood. So everybody around me was blood. So it was like, I was like blood by proxy, you know what I mean? Like blood just from association, just from my hoods and everything. And then I go to North Carolina 252 and it's all blood. So then when I bought Reynolds down there before, he started linking with the little bloods, you see? So by the time it reached the police with the shootout in the club, it became, shout out Faye, shout out Brianna, shout out Abrayash, everybody. So it became Sean from New York. Y'all know he blood, you know he blood, because, and my favorite color was all red. That's why y'all see all the pictures I put up. I'm dripping in everything red. I got red leather coats, red Pele's, red. I got red everything. I got red butter soft shot leathers. I got red bubble gooses with the white fur, with the crazy, like, I'm just, yeah, it looks really bad, right? So bang. So they it reaches the police that this is how the rumor spread. The rumor grew. The rumor grew into Sean from New York, he blood. He partners with Flint Hill, right? Because the Big Swole, and for those, go watch the last one, right? He partners with Flint Hill, right? Which is not true. So the police in Henderson, the North Carolina police, the detectives, by the time it got to them, they like oh, we got a big case. You see, now y'all gotta understand, y'all know the police always want to do things, no disrespect to the popo, but the police be wanting to do things to boost their career. So they're always looking for a big case. They be wanting to make lieutenant from detective and stuff like that. So they realize, oh, we got the club owner of Platinum Palace. Oh, they know because the deck was the biggest club, but now Platinum Palace is the biggest club. Shout out Halakya. And it's all over the radio and everything. So they know. Now, another thing y'all don't know, they were watching me. Okay? They were watching me. They have this detective. They probably still, I don't know, it's been 20 years now, so I don't know if they're still there. But it was y'all know, in every hood, right? Everybody in Brooklyn, Queens, Strong Island, Jersey, everywhere you at, every place you from, Atlanta, wherever you from, right? Connecticut, y'all know, guys. Wherever ghetto you in, no matter what ghetto you in, it's always a cop team. Like, you know what I mean? So, and back in the days in New York, it was Puma and Buck, right? And then it's always a double cop team. Like they ride in their car, they bandits, right? They beast mode. Okay, they dirty as all outdoors, right? And they feel like they own the hood, right? And they do everything illegal and stuff, right? It's all, and no matter where you at, it's always a cop team that's like that. And they have these names like RoboCop, and they always have these names, right? So now you in here in okay, so so Henderson is a city that's here, and then next to it is Oxford, and then Warrenton on this side or whatever. So Oxford is where now she's my baby mom, but the girl who was a waitress in my club, my baby moms, I met her. I might as well say her name. Y'all gonna hear stories about Christy, so y'all gonna hear. I might as well say I'm sorry. I be saying real names, so it is what it is. Shouldn't have been in my life. Shouldn't have did it. Welcome to Uncle Yahshuah 25 Life Testimony TV. I tell the truth here. All right. So if it's something that's really gonna harm somebody, I won't say their name or something, but. So anyway, y'all gonna know about Christy because she's all through this story. When we get through, me and Christy, the one was going to the 25 of life together. So Christy, who's now my child's mother, Christy lived in Oxford, and Christy family, there's a bunch of girls, which is crazy. It's like 15 girls in one house, all family, cousins, sisters, aunts, all of them. I'm like, and they all pretty. Right, so they're black, and they all got lighter skin and pretty. They're just pretty, but they're black. Their mother's black and their father's black, but they just got lighter skin. Okay. See, the so-called black people, we come in all shades. So some people would look at them and probably think they was mixed, but they're not mixed. Their mother and their father were black. They just come from a lighter, and their grandparents were black too. But I know people used to think they were mixed, their whole family. But it was a beautiful, like 15 women. They had one little guy, but he was in trouble. He's always in jail. One nephew or something. All women in this house. So anyway, so Christy and grandma, that y'all gonna know about grandma. That got something to do. Her grandmother got something to do with the 25 the life story. So Christy's grandmother had a house in Oxford. And a lot of them stayed there. And Christy was staying there now because she ran away from her mom's. Because her mom's lived in Maryland, the Maryland, D.C., in what they call the MDC, I forgot what they call that Maryland, D.C. thing, the DMV. Yeah, the DMV, the Delaware, Maryland, Virginia type of thing, right? But her mom's was, they lived in the rich part. They were rich. They lived in Silver Spring, right? And her mom's worked for Homeland Security. That was a whole nother thing. I'm like, whoa, your mother worked for who? Homeland Security. I'm on bail for being a king. That was a whole thing. And they, her mom did not want me to be with her daughter and all that. But that's another story. So anyway, so Christy's grandma's house, where she was staying now, because she ran away from Maryland and went there because she was tired of, they took so strict. They wanted her to get a job and go to college and do all, they wanted her to do the right thing, but she wanted to be a thug, right? Y'all know how the streets is. Y'all know she wanted to be a thug, right? So she's staying with grandma. So grandma's house is in Oxford, right? So what I would do, I end up getting a little apartment in Oxford, okay, with the club. So I'm gonna tell y'all about that, because this is after I got locked up for the 15 of life. So after I got locked up for the 15 of life, I didn't stay in the big blue and white house, my palace on Andrews, because they vandalized it while I was in jail. So I'm gonna tell y'all, these stories are gonna intertwine. Y'all gonna understand, because I let some people move into one of my houses, right? This thug dude, his girlfriend, I didn't know she had a boyfriend who was a thug, and I let her move into my house, one of my houses, which I shouldn't have did. I was supposed to flip the houses, not be a landlord. Okay, from the book from Robert Kiyosaki, that book. I forgot the name of that book, but that book taught me that's how to don't become a landlord, flip the houses and sell them, because people destroy your property. But me, once I owned all these houses on Lamb Street, I owned like 15 houses. I got caught up. I like the fact of owning stuff, and I like that I own my own block, and I messed up because I was supposed to detach my emotions. But I guess us being the children, the people of the book that got sent into slavery with curses on us, we don't get to own stuff. You know what I mean? Like that. So yes, Rich Man, Poor Man. That was the book. Robert Kiyosaki. That was the book. I used that, and I used the dummies to learn the real estate book. Real Estate for Dummies or Uncle's No Joke. Study to show yourself approved, guys. There's nothing you can't do. All right, you're not ignorant, and you're not a fool. Just read. You can teach yourself. I taught myself all of it, and I became a millionaire, a multi-millionaire at this time. Okay, now, so I'm a millionaire at this time, a multi-millionaire, over $1 million. So when I owned the street, because I guess the trauma from us being the people from slavery and stuff and not owning stuff, it felt really good, right? And my stupid butt, I was supposed to not move nobody, my construction could fix the houses, flip them, buy more. Keep flipping, buy more. I could have owned half the doggone city. I could end up owning my own city too if I went to one of the smaller cities and owned the whole city. You see? But no, I run around with Palace Mob. I end up liking owning the houses, and I didn't flip them because I liked the houses. Shout out Taj Bilal, Yahya Zahn from Cali in the building, Oakland, California in the building. We got OG California in the building. All right, so so that was a big mistake, guys, because I started looking out for our people. Oh, I know. Here we go. You already know where this goes. Now I'm looking out for our people. I'm putting low income houses, because my company is called Community Uplift Enterprises. So I'm putting low income families in my houses, right? So I end up looking, this sister came up to me. She's probably like 28, 29 something. She like, Sean, please, she wanted at one of my houses on Lamb Street, right? All my cribs on Lamb Street in candy paint. And that's one of my songs, in candy paint, because I put all the pretty colors. They said my houses was candy paint, like the candy cars, candy paint jobs on the cars. I had the light blue, I had the beige, I had the black and red, I had the the lavender and the gray. I flipped my house. My house was pretty. My whole street just lit up. It looked like candy. They say, so they used to call that Sean with the houses in candy paint. All right, so I got that in my song. All my cribs on Lamb Street in candy paint. I never roll trips. Lucci, I demand the bank. All right, if I hit you with your Roy, if I hit you with that Roy, you got your man to thank. And if I hit you in the jaw with my hand, you can't stand up. I got a right hook to put you to sleep. Facts. Lucci was no best Palace Mob. We was no joke. All right, so y'all hear some of those songs. The soundtrack to these stories, right? So anyway, so now I rented the house, guys, to the sister. The sister come up, she like want a house. So I'm like, I'm looking out for our people, right? So I get the sister the house. So she got the house. It's all freshly done because we renovated the whole thing. When they move in, the house is like brand new. right? Little 2-bedroom houses. We had little 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom houses. You know what I mean? A little person. We even had a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom little house. Beautiful little thing for someone just, I mean, really nice stuff. And I hooked it up really nice. New refrigerators, new floor, everything. So the sister goes in there. The first time she paid a month, she paid the rent. Second time she paid the rent. Third time, now she ain't paying. Okay? So I'll save this for another part of the story. I end up hiring a property manager. Another big mistake. Hired a black woman for a property manager. I'll save that. So anyway, now to fast forward, they the sister ended up having a boyfriend, the one I let her have the house, and he was a thug. And he was a problem child in the hood, right? So everybody knew about me, but I didn't know about him. So then when she wouldn't pay the rent, when I had to kind of like evict and everything, here they come. She bring him. And I guess she thought I was going to be scared. It don't work like that. You heard? I don't care who he was. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? So it was like, so me and him, we had it on. I'll save that for another story. So anyway, then when I end up getting knocked, right, in New York, I'll tell that story. That one's coming tonight. And then what happened was, once I got knocked, it flooded through everywhere in North Carolina. Everybody said, because I don't know how it got back to North Carolina, but everybody said that, which I was facing 15 to life, and everybody said, Sean is done. He's done. He ain't coming home, which it looked like that too. I didn't think I was coming home, right? I was caught done. Y'all gonna learn that story tonight. So the people down there, because I had the property manager had started evicting people, they was mad at me, and now I'm in jail. So they started desecrating all my houses. They started vandalizing my houses. So later, when I came home, and I'll tell that story. I went out, my houses was tore up. And I'm like, so we couldn't stay in it. So I end up renting me and Christy end up renting a little apartment from the Rogers group. Y'all gonna learn about them in Oxford. Now, I'm telling that part of the story because Oxford police, the detectives, so I would go leave the nightclub in the black Benz. Y'all saw the picture of the Benz. Oh, crap. I was supposed to put something else. I was supposed to put another clip up for this story. Crap, I don't even got it ready. All right, I might try to leave certain things out and tell it another story where I got the clip, the receipt for it. So I'm gonna have to leave certain things out of this story because I had something else I wanted to show y'all. All right, but anyway, so the black Benz would be at Christy Grandma's house, and Christy Grandma's house was popular because Christy it's 15 pretty girls in their family. So they're imagine, guys, any hood where it's 15 girls, all ages. I'm talking about from 12, 13, 18, 19, 22, 25, 30, 32, 30. Even the older aunts and stuff was gorgeous. Everybody's pretty, just a pretty family, right? Everybody gorgeous. So even the older aunts, 35, 40 years old, gorgeous. So that house, okay, cars would just ride around. Shout out Bless Dozier. Cars, guys, would just ride. We'd be sitting out on the porch, right, and stuff, and I'll be playing out there football with the little kids. And cars, cars with thugs with the big rims and stuff, they would just drive past the house trying to be seen by the house, because all the girls in there, that family as well. So I knew what it was. You know what I mean? So cars would come by and they would blow the horn. Yo, Sean. They know me from the club, Platinum Palace, right? Now, so Oxford is like it's like a suburban kind of, like Henderson is like the hood. Henderson, right? Put it like Henderson is like Bushwick. I mean, yeah, you could say Bushwick or Brownsville, Brooklyn, or Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, and Oxford is like basically when Canarsie used to be nicer. You know what I mean? Certain parts that were nicer. You know what I mean? Right. So Sunset Park or whatever, certain parts that were a little nicer parts, right? So Oxford was a little nicer, but it was right there connected to it, right? So we would always be at Christy Grandma house. So my black Benz would be parked in their driveway. So where their house was so popular that everybody used to drive around. So the police used to always drive around. So it was this detective group in Oxford, duo called Carolyn and Dixon. Carolyn was a woman and Dixon was a dude. Now, you know, these white cops, right? No disrespect to my so-called white brothers that are righteous, brothers and sisters, but y'all know how these cops were. So Carolyn and Dixon, they were the thug cops. They were the duo. They were the RoboCop. You know, and they were the so when they knew about me because my name was ringing bells owning Platinum Palace. So when they were seeing my Benz at Grandma House, Christy Grandma House, I remember that's how I got introduced to them. They pulled up. They pulled in front of Christy Grandma House, a detective car. And we used to always be sitting out on the porch and playing and all, eating stuff and it was dope. It was really nice time. And so they pulled up. And when they pulled up, they just sat there. So Christy's cousins, all of them, they was like, that's Carolyn Dixon. And Christy and the family gangster, right? This black family, North Carolina. So they ain't no pretty girl punks. They gangster. So they was like, what y'all want? Ain't nothing here for y'all. So they started talking crap to and they just sat there with the windows up. And I was like, and they started telling me about them. They was like, that's Carolyn Dixon. They're dirty. Like, you gotta, and then I was like, oh, they're making a statement. I said, because I'm watching, y'all know I'm from New York, so I'm watching. So Christy's cousin, them, they got like, what y'all want? Ain't nothing here for y'all. Keep it moving, keep it moving. And I was like, they making a statement. They let me know that they watching me, that they know I'm here. Because my car is in the driveway. And they know that's that New York dude from Henderson. And they don't like Henderson and Oxford because Henderson is the thugs. So they don't want no thugs in Oxford. They'll pull you over and like, so they let me know. And I said, and I used to always like to fly under the radar, guys, right? So I'm like, crap. I'm like, I'm on their radar. They let me know. We watching you. We know you. So they sat there for a while and then they pulled off. So every now and then they would come around. All right. So I'm going to tell another part of the story after this. So because they violated me too. They broke into my house. Oh, these cops be nasty. They broke into my house to make a statement. Yo, I'll get to that. All right. It's a lot of stories going to come. Now we get into the part. We going to get funky in these stories now. We get into the part of how I got the 25 to life and how the 15 to life. All right. So now, so I'm giving you that because those Oxford cops know about me. All the cops in the neighborhoods know about Sean from the club. Right now. So now let's rewind back. The club is shot up now. The streets then spread the rumor that it was me, Sean from New York, that's part of, he with Flint Hill because he a New York blood and he ganged up with Flint Hill and they blood set and they end up having a shootout. He set them up to get the other, no. He set them up. He was the one that allowed them to come in and shoot up the club and all that type of stuff. So the Henderson police had it like, okay, we got a big case. This Sean from New York, shout out Rochester, New York in the building. Shout out upstate New York, Rochester in the building. Bless Bo Dozier. Facts, Rochester, gang up there too. So they looking at it like we got a big case, which it is for them. So they're like, we got this New York, and I was out on bail, right? On bail, taking a case to the United States Supreme Court with a charge as a blood kingpin. Okay? Now, I got the houses, I own 15 houses, I own the nightclub, I own the clothing store, I got the Benzes, and this is big time for them. So even if it ain't true, right? Even if they found out, okay, it ain't true that he has something to do with it, we still gonna stick him because getting the regular Sean, the one who really did it, he a pain in their butt. He gonna get killed. He gonna get killed or get locked up in soon anyway because he just one of them Debos. But so they looking like, nah, we got a big fish. This is gonna make their careers. You see what I mean? So I'm like, So I knew this, right? So anyway, so what the North Carolina police did, they got, when they run my name and everything, they finds out that I'm on bail in New York fighting a kingpin charge as like the it was a drug charge. I'm about to find out. And but they tied it was a small amount of drugs for a drug charge, but they tied in that I was the king of the Bloods. That's what made them give me 15 to life. And I know for people be like 15 to life, that's a weird sentence. Yes, because in this time in 2006 in New York, the blood gang stuff was so out of control. In Nassau County, where I was at, they had new laws they were making. So they made a new law for if you had a gun and you had any criminal ties to a blood, you get automatic 10 years flat in jail, no matter if you had a record or not. So they started making up laws. So for people to start to look at and they probably done away with some of these statutes because they were illegal. See, these systems, these judges and these court systems in these places, they would make up illegal laws like they did in California when they did the 3 strikes rule. Remember in California? 3rd strike, they was giving people life in jail. See, that's done away with now because it was like the Rockefeller laws. It was actually illegal. So they was doing that, and that's okay. So they was putting the new laws on me. So they was giving me 15 to life for some. I'm like, what kind of law is this? And my lawyer was like, ain't nothing we could do because they got you down as blood, and now they're enacting, they making up laws and stuff. So I was caught in the middle of some crap, dude. So that's how I got the 15 to life. For those who want to, and then the 25 to life. For those who want to know, like, but that sentence for, because I wasn't the first time, but that sentence for it would have been illegal for them to give me that. But they was making up laws because the Bloods it was crazy. That time was crazy in the streets. Okay, now, so anyway, so now these North Carolina cops who got this thing like, okay, the streets is saying that me, Sean from New York, is the one that set up the shooting in the club. So now they are like, you know what I mean? They the streets said, Sean, they after you. So the streets love me in North Carolina. It was like, Sean, the police is after you. They after you. They want you. I remember when they first told me, somebody first came and said, Sean, I think you need to flee. You need to go back to New York. So I'm like, what? They was like, they charging you with murder. I'm like, what? They charging you with all the murders in the club. They said that they said that you got with Flint Hill Bloods and you allowed them to bring all them guns in the club and you allowed them to shoot up the club and you knew that they was gonna have a shootout and all of this stuff in the club, right? So the streets start saying that. So the streets spreaded the rumor that I knew that Sean, Martha's son, and that I was partnered with Flint Hill, so I let them go get Sean and set it up, which was all a lie. Because, all right, so I want to ruin the story. So now the cops in North Carolina, I'm quite sure they found that out. Oh no, this is that Sean, the one who just came home from the murder, the Debo, but they don't care. They like, we got a big fish now. Okay. So the person told me I need to flee to New York, right? So I thought about it. So now I'm like, crap, dude, I'm already out on bail fighting a 15 to life, and it don't look good, guys. It don't look like I'm gonna beat this 15 to life, just so y'all know. So I'm stressed out. I'm smoking blunts like they freaking, like I'm drinking water. Like I'm smoking blunts all day, waking up with a blunt in my mouth. Don't do no drugs. Drugs is bad for you guys. I'm just saying this is what I was facing and under, walking deaf. Like my life is, I'm getting 15 to life and I got to go. I know I'm good. I'm not going to beat this. It's looking really bad, right? So now I'm like, so I'm thinking of fleeing and running to New York, but I'm like, no, dude, I can't run. If I run, then that's like an admission of guilt of these bodies. That 15 to life. Oh, no. So I'm like, okay, I can't run. So I'm like, now the stress, yes, Alina, daughter of Yah, that stress, thank you, Anthony Allison. Thank you, King. That stress, guys, was like insane. Like I was already so stressed, steaming blunts all the time. What I mean by that, guys, you know how you be sitting there, sometimes they would see me. Now I own the club and I own all the houses, I got all the money. I got my girl Christy, she banging and beauty. Like I got all the Gucci and I'm dressed thousand, what's the name? Cartier, platinum face watch, the Rolex chain. Like I got all the money in the world, but money can't buy you happiness. Money can't buy you peace. Money can't buy you shalom. Yes, bless. Those stress will kill you. It is the number one killer. Stress. Yo, that stress was eating me a lot. And I was getting skinny because I wasn't even working out, guys. I wasn't even working out because how can I? I'm so stressed. Look at me now. I'm weighing probably right now. I'm 210 and change, right? A little over. Back then, I was probably 170 pounds. Imagine me 170 pounds. I was boned out. Like, but you know, I was still bust that gun, but my guns was bigger than me. Bless Dozier. Y'all know what I'm talking about. My guns is bigger than me. Like my arm this big and the gun this big. Facts. So I'm so stressed. So what I'm saying, guys, this is the stress I'm talking about. Where you'll be just, you ain't paying, you just blank out and you're just like this. And someone like, Sean, like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, oh, you know what I mean? I look around, I'm like, dude, I'm walking dead. That is no joke. Yes, shalom is our currency. There's no peace in my life, no shalom. The stress, right? So okay. So we they telling me to run, but I'm like, I can't run. So now I'm like, now I got this stress added on this case. So I'm like, oh man, I don't know what to do. So I remember me and Christy was back at our little apartment and we steaming blunt. She rolled them and I'm like, she like, what you gonna do? I'm like, I gotta go to the police, right? I gotta go to them before they come to me. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm playing chess. Okay, I'm always a chess player. So I'm like, I gotta go to them before they come to me. And she like, no. So she's scared. She's like, no, because if they're gonna lock you up, she's crying and everything. I'm like, I gotta go to them. I gotta go to them. And so I'm like, all right. So I said, I said, you gotta take me to the police station. You gotta take me, I gotta turn myself in, okay, before they come get me. Another wise decision, guys. Wise decision. Always beat them to the punch. You want to beat them to the punch. All right. For those who are still in the streets that getting in trouble and stuff, I'm not condoning your trouble, but you gotta, until you get to the point where you're done with that stuff, you gotta think wisely. Always beat them to the punch. It's worse when they have to come get you. So I got Christy to take me down. I got myself all, like, okay, I'm probably never gonna come back out. You know what I mean? That's what I was like. I'm probably not gonna come back out. So we go down. She takes me to the Henderson police station. It was nighttime. It's probably like 8 o'clock at night, summertime. No, it's probably later. Probably must 9 because it was dark. It's summertime. So we pull in, we're in the parking lot, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I cannot believe this, man. I'm down here trying to do the right thing. I got community uplift enterprises giving low-income houses. I had already gave the people, let people in my houses from the Katrina thing, right? So y'all gonna understand the Katrina hurricane thing. So I've been doing everything right, guys. I'm not selling no drugs. I'm trying to do everything right. And now I'm here, still got the 15 to life, which is a fake charge. You're about to find that out tonight from New York. And now I got a 20. Now I got a bodies, 5 murders. Like, are you kidding me? I'm like, yo, dude, I'm bugging right now in my head. I'm really bugging right now. It's taken everything for me not to take my life too, to be honest with you, not to just kill myself. It's just to be totally transparent. I'm fighting that as well. Like, just end it, because I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in jail. I'm just tired of this life at this point. All right. So I sit in the parking lot and I'm looking at the police station and I'm like, man, dude, I'm just playing my life back. And I'm like, I hate my life. You guys, I want you to understand. I'm like, I hate this life. The Most High brought me here. That's how I thought. I didn't think of, God or nothing. I don't know. I was brought here with no mother, no father, no, just always hell, dude. So then I just like, all right, let's go. So we go in, we walk in. I go to the front of the thing. I tell them, you know what I mean? I tell them my government name. I'm like, I'm the owner of the Platinum Palace nightclub, the one that got shot. And I heard that the detectives are looking for me. And the dude, the officer behind the desk was like, he was like his reaction was like that whole precinct was new. I was like the big fish. Like I was the big, so he just like, whoa, you know what I mean? So then he went, he like, you know, and then he called, and then when he did it, all these police come from the back. All these plainclothes cops, they all come from, I'm like, dang. So they come from the back and they like, all right, excuse me, ma'am, you gotta move. I'm like, oh man. And like, put your hands behind your back. Telling me, put your hands behind your back. I'm like, yo, dude, am I under arrest? Put your hands behind your back. And she's like, no, he turned it. They like, go, ma'am, sit down. Go sit down. Move. And then I was like, all right. I said, Chrissy, it's all right. It's all right. Just go sit down. Just go sit down. So then they come, they handcuff me. So I'm like, how y'all handcuff me? Am I under arrest? It's like, shut up. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, here we go with this illegal stuff, right? So I'm like, all right, I'm used to it. So-called Black people, y'all know this is our reality. For the other nationalities who watch this, the white people, this is our reality. It don't matter about the law. I understand they break all type of laws messing with us. I done did it my whole life. Ain't no law. So miss us with the law. Y'all get the law. We don't get the law. All right. So they coming right like, yeah, we got them. So then these detectives come out from the back, right? So they come out. So they're like, so welcome, Sean. This is the big New York kingpin. This is the big blood from New York. So I was like, wow, here we go, right? I'm like, you got it. I said, yo, I am not no blood. And I said, I am not no kingpin. They said, yeah, well, according to your court case in New York, you are the king of blood in a place called, what was that place? Now they playing, they play with you. It's like, what was that place? And others say, oh, I think there was a town called Hempstead or something, if I got it right. Right? Hempstead. Yeah, this is the king of Hempstead, guys. Now, this is these North Carolina cops, right? They do that too, guys. They'll ridicule you, right? I ain't no disrespect to the righteous officers, the righteous police officers, the good cops. No disrespect, but this is just our reality, right? So they ridiculing me. Like, yeah, we got the king of Hempstead. You got the king of Hempstead. Yeah, you got that pretty Mercedes. That pretty Mercedes outside? Ooh, yeah, that pretty Mercedes going to look good in an impound. And I'm like, oh, man, these dudes, right? So then I'm like, yo, I heard you. I'm like, y'all looking for me. I came in. I'm like, I volunteered to come in. I said, how am I in handcuffs? Am I under arrest? I said, if I'm under arrest, then y'all need to read my rights and tell me my charges. And he was like, uncuff him. That's another thing, guys. Know the law. My so-called Black brothers and sisters, know the law, but don't use it disrespectfully. This is to the Black. White people, y'all can do it. y'all can curse them out and all type of stuff. We can't, okay? We don't get that. We get bullets in our head if we do that. Know the law, speak it to them, but speak it respectfully, not disrespectfully to them, guys, okay? So I didn't say it mean or nothing. I said it correctly, okay? So now, when I said it, the detectives looked, and it was like, uncuff him. So they uncuffed me. So I was like, okay, thank you, man. I'm like, thank you. I said, I heard they told me that y'all were looking for me, so I came in. So, I walked in here voluntarily. He was like, all right, we got some questions to ask you. So come on. So they took me in the back. So Christy was like, I'm coming with him. And they was like, no, she can't come. I said, it's okay, Christy, just wait. Just wait. So she went and sat down. So we went in the back. Now we're going to the detective's like office type of thing. It was beige and a table and all this stuff. I'm in North Carolina. I ain't never been in their system and nothing, none of that. So I guess I'm in the Henderson Police Precinct. I don't know what the name of it is. So they go in. So then now the two detectives, now they want to run good cop, bad cop. Y'all know what that is, right? One want to act tough, the other one want to act like they on your side, right? So they come in, they sit down, they have a seat, they start gathering stuff. The one leave out, and then he goes, I guess I'm gonna go to get the paperwork. They be playing games with y'all. They be playing games with you guys. They play mental games. So he went out. So then the other one was there, and he was like, I guess he bad cop. So he was like, oh yeah, you think you could bring all that gang stuff down here to New York, from New York City here? He said, this is North Carolina. He said, you thought you was getting 15. What they trying to give you 15 a life in New York? He said, yeah. Guess what you're going to get now, New York? You're going to get life. You said you're going to get natural life now. And I was just like, you know what I mean? I ain't trying to hear you. Honestly, I'm just like, I know he's right. If this sticks, he's 100% correct, but I'm not trying to hear him, right? I'm not trying to let him stress me. And like, so I'm like, whatever. So he like, yeah, you think this is our city. You want to be your boys on Flint Hill. You want to do this, and you want to shoot up this nightclub and all these innocent people get killed. That's why we don't like you New Yorkers coming down here. Y'all think y'all come down here with y'all New York stuff down here. And I'm like, whatever, right? So then the other cop comes in. So this one, he's all in my face, right? So I'm going like this. He's trying to, you know what I mean? I'm just like ignoring him. I'm used to this crap. Like I'm I'm used to this. So I'm like, whatever, dude, you're a clown. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. So he doing all this stuff. So then the other cop comes in. So he's like, see, he said, what we need from you, Sean, he said, your name, they call you Sean, right? What we need from you, Sean, he said, I can stop him. I could calm him down. But what we need from you, we need a confession. We need you to just confess and say everything that you did. And then what I'll do, I'll go in front of the judge, and I'll tell the judge that you volunteered to come in. You volunteered yourself in, and that you were cooperative through the whole thing. And they'll give you a lenient sentence. I'll speak on your behalf in the court, right? That's another way that they play, you guys. Do not. What you guys need to do is ask for a lawyer. To be honest with you, you plead the fifth. I have the right to remain silent if they're going to arrest you. Ask for a lawyer. The reason usually you won't go down there and give no information, but I'm trying to get ahead of it. Okay. So, and I'm smart. I'm a really smart person. Not smart enough to know better than to sell drugs when I was younger, but I learned as I grew older. So anyway, so he's saying all this stuff. So I'm like, listen, I come down here to clear up the lies. I said, there's a rumor in the streets of North Carolina, and I'm sure that you guys are feeding into it. It's a lie that's saying I had something to do with my club being set up, right? So he was like, no. We just, you know what I mean? I'm like, listen, either I come to give a statement. Don't y'all need me to give a statement? See, I've been in this predicament before, right? So I said, y'all need to tell me what y'all have, and then I'll give my statement. So he's like, all right. So you want to play? No, I'm not playing nothing. I am innocent and I had nothing to do with no shooting in my club. Why would I set up a shooting in my club? It makes no sense. I said that was my last line of income. If you know my record from New York, you know I'm out on bail fighting a 15 a life. So you know I'm not doing anything. I know y'all been watching me. You know my house on Andrews. You know all my houses on Lamb Street. You know my houses on Vaughn Street. You even know the killer that's on Vaughn Street. I'm quite sure y'all know the beef that we had on Vaughn Street with Lex. So I'm telling them stuff they think, guys, I'm from the streets. I know stuff that they don't think I know. I know y'all been watching everything I move. Y'all see my cars, all my trucks Escalade, my ML pulling up the big, like y'all know everything. We see the cops, we be working on the houses on Lamb Street. You'll see detectives ride around, you know what I mean? Sitting at the end of the street and all that. I'm like, so I already know. So I'm calling them on their stuff, guys. I'm like, I'm pushing their BS to them. I said, y'all know, y'all been watching me. Y'all know I don't sell no drugs. Y'all know doggone well that I am not a part of no Flint Hill. I said, now, the one thing that I know looks bad against me was that we did shoot a music video. And all of the Flint Hill Bloods was there in the music video. And I know the New York City police got that video because it was in my car when I got arrested. So I know they holding that against me. So they probably partnered with y'all and got that tape. But that was just a music video, okay? That's all. The little rapper that's in my crew, he's a part of the Blood gang from New York, and they just grew up in it. It's just how we grew up from our neighborhood. But I'm not. I'm an OG. I said I was part of the nations of gods and earth. So that's why my name is Rashawn. Y'all know my government name. My name is Rashawn. I'm the God. I'm God body. I'm not a blood. I said I'm God body. All right. And I said it's an offshoot of the Nation of Islam. I know y'all heard of the gods. Okay. So now what I'm doing, guys, I'm taking all of their bullets out of their gun that they're going to shoot me with, because all this is being recorded. Okay. And I learned that. Y'all going to learn something in this story tonight. I learned that part too. So I'm beating them to the punch with all of it and denying everything and giving them all the facts of everything. Shout out KD Kid, right? So I'm giving them all the facts, right? So I said, I know y'all been watching me this whole time. So y'all see me. Y'all see I was only on Flint Hill to shoot the music video, and I only went over there one other time. I said, so I never even went back to Flint Hill. I have no reason to go to Flint Hill. And every time they come in my club, I try to keep them, I keep the young people out of the club and all of it. And so he was like, all right. He said, all right. So you sticking to that story, right? So I'm like, whatever. So then he says, so I said, all right, what am I here for? If either y'all gonna tell me my charges, so he said, so this is what we got. So he sits down and pull out the paperwork, and he says this whole big story that they done made up, right? They took the rumor and then they wrote in their little stuff that, I'm part of the Flint Hill Blood organization. My nightclub was just a front, just a front for me to kind of launder money through the nightclub and all this they came up with this whole big foolish stuff. So I was like, let me tell you something, guys. That is not going to stick with me. I said, I am not a fool. And I said, I will definitely understand something. I'm out on $100,000 cash bail, and I got a lawyer team that I'm fighting this 15 to life with. I said, so my New York lawyer team is going to fry all of y'all. I said, let me tell y'all something. I said, this crap that you doing right here, I said, I could end up having your job when my lawyer team get done with you. So then he was like, so then the bad cop, he grabbed the paperwork. He said, oh, you think you're smart, Igor? Yeah, he called me the N-word. Shout out Paul P, Connecticut in the building. He said, you think you're smart, Igor? Yeah, the N-word. Yeah, they do that to us too, guys. Right? So he said, you think you're smart, Igor? He said, let me show you something. I'm going to show you something. So he went and he pulled paperwork and he said, look at this. And what he showed me, guys, he showed me that they had testimony from people that said, I did it. They had snitches. That's how they work. They use their snitches to, I guess, lighten their sentence, to make false statements saying that I was part of the Flint Hill Blood and I set it up and all. And he showed me in the writing and the signature and everything. And he said, listen what I'm telling you. you ain't gonna never see life again, life in the streets again. He said, you get natural life. So all that stuff you talking, your New York team, this is North Carolina. They ain't gonna be able to get you out this because we got witnesses that said that wrote statements on you. And I was like, and he said, so this is what we're gonna offer you. If you if you um if you confess to this, we'll try to get the judge to offer you, it's crazy, to try to get you down to 50 years. And we'll try to work with the New York DA to get your 15 to life to run concurrent. Concurrent meaning it runs together with the 50 years. 50 years. We won't, by you confessing now, we won't tack life on the end. We'll give you a 50-year sentence, and then you'll have a chance of parole. Maybe you can make parole after 25 years. This is what they're telling me. Like it's like I'm doing 25 days. So, yes, bless George, yeah, them Southern cops will hang you. So, when the way he said it and the reality of it, guys, it hit me. It punched me right in my face. That thing hit me, guys. It hit me hard. I was like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. And I'm tough. I done been through everything. Y'all seen the stories on the channel. But that thing knocked me in my head. And I got sad. Like, I got sad. All my life, I never cried. I had to be tough to never show emotions to cry. But it was like the weight of everything was coming down at one time. And so tears just went down my eyes. I couldn't even stop it. It's like all those times, I'm actually getting emotional now because I'm reliving it. It's like all those times, guys, that I held in to never cry. It was just like, my life was just like done, dude. So I sat there and I looked at them and I said, I had nothing to do with this. I said, why? This was the last income that I had. I did everything I can to keep this club open. I said, we did the old timers day. We did the Greek, we had Wednesdays, we had the teen night. Wednesdays, we used to bust the school kids. I got with the principals, meeting with the principals of the school to bust the school kids so they can have a good clean. We had fruit juice and everything for teen night for the high school kids. Like, I had the sports bar for the sports. I'm like, I did everything I can. Why would I take my last bit of income? I would never. And then I remembered. Now I know this is the Most High. I remembered, guys. I said, now I know this is the Most High. This is what they call the Holy Spirit. In Hebrew, it's the Ruach HaKodesh, the Ruach HaKodesh. That's called Holy Spirit in Hebrew, the set-apart spirit, right? What the Christians call the Holy Spirit, or what you call your intuition. Something said, now I know what it is. It was like, I said, I got proof that I didn't have nothing to do with it. And they say, you ain't got no proof. You ain't got no proof. I said, yes, I do. I said, I hired North Carolina police to be at that front door as security in the club that exact night. I hired the police. I actually hired them. They were detectives. I said, my bouncer, Linwood, hired them. He know them. I said, I can get Linwood to get the police and they could tell you that I hired them to be in the club. We're supposed to have 2 cop cars in the parking lot and they will stop going to be security in the club that night. But my partners, the ones from New York, went and they told them that they don't, when I left the meeting from hiring them, they went behind me and told them they don't need them to come in. And I said, so when I got to the club that night, we were stressed out because me and Linwood hired the cops, and I got into an argument with my partners and from New York, and they are the ones who fired them, the old people. Y'all know about them, the other owners of the club, because they got a lease and everything, and they had everything, so they know everything. I said, and they stopped. I said, I am going to get Linwood to get those detectives to tell you that I hired them. So there's no way that this will stand up in court when I hired the police to be the security, that it could say that I had something to do with it. It's the total opposite. And the look on their face, guys, the look on their face, the bad cop looked at me and said, F this ish, and threw the paperwork down and got up and walked out. And then the other one, I said, listen, man, I know y'all doing good cop, bad cop. I said, I know my record in New York, I know it's saying I'm not all that. I grew up with no parents. I'm not a bad guy. Look at my company. You know my company from the Rogers Group. You know the Rogers Group sent me. You know I went to city council, you know, to save my houses. You know the Rogers Group against me. And what did they find out? My real estate company, development company is called Community Uplift Enterprises. You know I take the poor families and bring them in and help them to get to Section 8. You know what I'm doing here. You watch me. Y'all been watching me since I've been here. I am not a negative person. I'm not a bad person, but I did have a rough life growing up and I'm cleaning my life up. I did not do this and I was trying to stop it. I said, and now you know that. And he looked at me and he said, if you get the detectives down here to write a statement and say that you hired them that night, then this case will be dismissed. I said, I'll get them down here. I'm going to leave here right now and I'm going to go get Linwood and he's going to find them. And I said, and just so you know, I know that y'all know who really did it. Just so you know. So he said, all right. So I left. I walked out. I couldn't believe. Now it's the Holy Spirit, guys. I couldn't believe that I had a light in the end of that tunnel. So we went out. Christy come running up. I'm like, we got to go find Linwood. We got to go to Linwood house. We left there. We went straight to Linwood house. It was like 11 o'clock at night. Woke Linwood up, him and his girlfriend, banging on his door and everything. What you doing, Charlamagne? It's 11 o'clock at night, man. This ain't New York, man. This ain't New York. What you doing? I'm like, Linwood, I need you. I need those cops. Those cops. The cops. I said, they charging me with the murders. He said, I know, Sean. I thought you was going to flee to New York. I said, they trying to give me 50 years, Linwood. He's like, damn, damn, man. Damn, man, 50 years. 50 years. I'm like, trying to give me 50 years, Linwood. No, Sean, man. No, Sean. We ain't need no 50 years. You know, no. You my brother. He always said, you my brother. You my brother. You my brother. You ain't get no 50 years. You ain't get no 50 years, Sean. He said, we going. I'm going. Come on. I'm going. I'm calling him now. I'm calling him now. So he called, and the phone just rang. and the cop didn't pick up his late. So he left a voicemail. He said, this Linwood, we need you about the shooting in the club. We hired you that night and all that. My brother needs you. So Linwood was like, I got you, Sean. I got you, man. He said, in the morning, I'll be on it. He said, when you wake up, because, I'm still like New York. I wake up late. I sleep all day. I always did that. I always from hustling. So he's like, when you wake up, man, just come see me. I'm gonna have it all set up. So went home. I end up not even sleeping. Ain't no waking up. I couldn't go to sleep. I'm steaming blunts. I'm the anxiety, the anticipation, the stress, like, oh my goodness, I might have a light out of this. I might have a way out of this, right? So that is like building up to, I'm like, oh my goodness, so I can't sleep. I'm smoking blunts. I'm like, so we stayed up the whole night. I can't sleep. I hit Linwood. First thing first is that light lit up, and Linwood be early in the morning. He an early riser. He do construction and stuff. So I hit him up. He like, what you doing up this early, man? I'm like, I ain't went to sleep, Linwood. How am I go to sleep? You tripping. The tree's trying to give me 50 years, and you think I'm gonna go to sleep. That don't make, man, you tripping. So he's like, all right, I'm gonna call him. So he called him, and he said the dude answered. He said he answered. And so I said, after you call him, let me know. He called me back. He said he answered. He said he heard about the murders, and he knew that he was supposed to be there. He said he told me he got you. He's going to write a statement. He's going to write a statement to the Henderson police and clear everything up. He said, tell your brother, because Linwood kept saying, that's my brother, man. And we look alike. Linwood look like North Carolina, a lot of them look like me. They really do. A lot of them were that part. So he looked like he could be my big brother. So he was like, tell your brother that that he's straight. I know he didn't have nothing to do with it. Because so then Linwood was like, I got you, Sean. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna drive out the rally and I'm gonna get the affidavit, the paperwork, and I'll bring it to your house. So I was like, well, I ain't going to sleep until you got it. So Linwood went, he got it, he came back. It took about 5-6 hours. He came back, knocked on my door. He was like, here, I got it. I looked at it, I read it. It was written in police. It was written the way they needed it for court, for police. He's a detective. So it was written out. Me and Christy got in the car, and Linwood, he went with me, and we all went to the precinct. And I got in front of the thing. I said, could you tell the detective to come out here? They both came out. Good cop, bad cop. The other one was acting regular, like he thought I was fooled by this good cop crap. He came out. I was like, I got it. The detective wrote this affidavit for you, and everything is in it. They sat there. They looked at it. They read it all over, flipped the page. He looked. He's like, you free, man. He said, you're exonerated. You're free from it. I was like, say that again? He's like, that's it. It's over. Go home. And I'm like, oh, my goodness. I'm like, thank you. I'm thanking them for no reason. Why am I thanking them, right? But that's just how my nature is. I'm just like, thank you. I'm just so happy. I'm like, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I turn around, Linwood, big butt. You free, Sean? He grabbed me. I'm like, Linwood, let me go for you smother me, you big bear, big burly bear. You free, Sean? He grabbed me and everything. So we walk out. So now we go out and we leave out. So I beat it, So we drive off and I'm like, okay, that's off my head. 50 years is off my head, but I still got 15 of life in New York. But this 50, these bodies are off my head. I got free from it. All right. So I have to double back to get to the stack bundles story for those who came for the stack bundles part. All right. So now I'm going to have to jump around a little bit in the timeline a little bit. I just needed to end that part of the other story of me of my nightclub. That's the conclusion of the shooting up of my nightclub, International Platinum Palace in Henderson, North Carolina, formerly the Deck. All right. Now, Stack Bundles was a up and coming rapper. For those in my ministry, don't be going trying to find these rappers and listening to their music. Yes, facts. Yes, bless those. Yeah. So don't be, in my ministry, don't be going back and down memory lane and listen to all that old stuff. It's just my past, and I'm telling the story, okay, of the past. So now we're going to fast forward to before the club, before I owned the club, before I got the 15 to life. Okay, we're gonna go back, and probably next week's story, I'm probably gonna tell, because I don't want this to go too long tonight. I'm probably gonna tell how I got the 15 to life. I might tell a little bit of it tonight. I don't know. We'll see how this part goes. So now we rewind. So this story that I just told was probably 2006, going into 7. This one that I'm about to tell now is 2005. This is like a year before it, basically. Probably 2000, probably the beginning of 2006. No, it's 2006, probably the beginning of it. So now we're at Palace Mob, Platinum Palace. I played a song or two from y'all from that last week. We're one of the most rawest rap groups in the history of rap. Just straight murder one music, bad, horrible, good sounding music. But killer, murder, gun, kill you. We'll kill you 90,000 different ways with metaphors and and slick ways of saying how many different ways we'll kill you. Stupid stuff, right? So, but the sad part is we actually live in this life. Okay. So, because y'all know the stories from the channel, all the shooting. So this ain't made up stuff, right? Now, Reynolds and E, my two partners, I'm the real shooter. Reynolds is a young blood, and he's he about that life, but he's not one of my he's not a young killer from my hood in Hempstead Parkside Projects, right? He's not Hempstead Strong Island. He's not a killer from there, but he gets respect. He's blood. All of the young dudes is blood. So the blood, they big. So they running off blood rep. Like we didn't grow up like that. When we grew up, you had to put your own rep in. This just the New York blood, not no disrespect to my California and the other bloods in other states. This was the New York blood set. When we grew up, we put in our own work. It wasn't you didn't get your rep by just being in the gang where everybody's tough with a gang. Nah. You had to put in your work by yourself. You had to put it in. All right. So Reynolds, he living the life, right? And his mom and all that, and he got a lot of brothers and sisters. He live in the ghetto life. They, in a ghetto house. They living in, these are hood. And E Banger is from North Carolina. E is from Henderson, and he live in the hood. He got a huge family. Now E Banger, he about the life too. He ain't no punk. He'll clap you too and do all that, but he not a killer either. Not a killer. You know what I mean? They'll. I guess I know Banger will clap you if you bring her. He's no joke, but Banger has a drug problem. Banger is caught up in crack. He's one of our the so-called black people, our nationality that got caught up in the crack. You know what I mean? So he was smoking. That's how we found him. So Banger is the type, he functioning. He fly, he with me, but late at night, you'll catch him, with the fiends, right? So those in Henderson knew it. So he was like the best rapper in the world, honestly. One of the best. And y'all going to hear the albums, and y'all be able to determine that for yourself later. I'm talking about the best thug killing rappers, though, the bad rap music but y'all hear from his metaphor, y'all hear it. He was one of the best in the world. He would have been one of the best. And so he so I was cleaning him up and keeping him functional as for our rap group. So Reynolds is the young thug, young 18-year-old blood, and E-Banger is the dirty South North cat thug, but undercover smoking too, but nobody knows it, right? But the people in the CAC. But this is Palace Mob, and then there's me, it's Lex Luger, and then we got a whole crew, P-Mob gang, all over the place. We got them in Freeport, Queens, Brooklyn, North Carolina, we everywhere. P-Mob started to grow like G-Unit. It was getting huge. Now remember, guys, this is the mixtape days. It's 2006. So Stack Bundles was at its peak right now. So this is when Stack Bundles was with that dude from Harlem, with Jim Jones and them. What's that dude? He had the long perm in his hair. The little dude that's in jail now. They trying to free him. Y'all said good old gangster music. That was very bad. So I forgot that dude name. He called himself Machiavelli or something Velli. Y'all, they'll know. I wish somebody here knew. Y'all know the one. He made Jim Jones beats and stuff, and he got locked up. He in there now. They're trying to free him now. I can't think of his name. But anyway, Stack Bundles was with him. Stack Bundles was the next person to blow up in the rap industry during the 2006, during the street stage. So his name was everywhere blowing up. He's from Far Rockaway, Queens. All right. He was Chinks Bundles. Chinks was with him too. Right. So Stack Bundles was blowing up. He was the newest phenom in the hip hop industry at this time. That's going to be the next like Jay-Z, 50 Cent type of thing, right? So he was everywhere. So now Palace Mob, we were blowing up now. So we had a deal. We had a deal with Dipset through Luca Brasi, and I had Reynolds. Reynolds was a battle rapper. Reynolds was a battle rapper he was one of the best battle rappers in the world. That, like the battle rap that they got on YouTube. He was one of those. So back then, MTV had a show called Fight Club, right? You could probably YouTube it and see old Fight Club. So I had Reynolds on MTV because I owned the label. Now, Luch, I was Lucky Luciano, and I was at this point, I am like a kingpin. I'm a multi-million. I'm getting it, right? I'm at my apex of all times. Max B, thank you, Zayana. That's his name, Max B. All right, so Max B, he was with Max B. That's the one who was in jail, the dude with the perm and all that crap. The Stack Bundles was with him. So anyway, so I'm at my apex, so I got the record label, so I'm promoting it. I got all of this before I bought the nightclub, guys. So we rewind it. I don't own the nightclub yet. I bought the nightclub after I came home, bailed out on the 15 to life. Y'all gonna learn that story. Okay, so now I rewind it. So now I'm blowing Palace Mob up. So I got Reynolds and I got E-Banger. So Saquon from the Heights, shout out to Say, he introduced me to Reynolds. He's like, yo, Luch, yo, Ra. He called me Ra. Yo, Ra, I got the baddest battle rapper. Nobody can beat him in the battle rap, right? Yup, there you go. Rest in peace, Stack B's and Chinks. See, KD Kids, see, guys, a lot of the hip hop, they know what I'm talking about. That's why I know a lot of people, some people are going to watch this video just to hear like, whoa, you have something with Stacks? All right, so Saquon told me Reynolds was the baddest, so I drove over there and whatever whip I had or whatever, I drove over there and he just started. Reynolds was the type that could freestyle like in front of you, battle rap, like he'll rhyme about you in the spot, like your clothes, your mother, this, I'll take your shirt and do this and your green shirt, but then look like you spit. Like he can just do anything from the air and talk about like the best. So one of the best in the world, battle rap. So I got Reynolds is one of the best battle rappers in the world, and E-Banger is one of the best thug rappers in the world. Okay, so and then me, I wasn't even rapping. I was trapping. So they made me start rapping. E and Reynolds, they like, come on, Luch, because they knew I used to rhyme from the Nasty Four, but I had put my mic down. You know what I mean? I was like not rapping no more. So they made me start rhyming again. So I wasn't at my best, right? I was just getting back, getting the things greased, getting my rusty spots greased. You know what I mean? It's like if you play basketball, right? If you stop playing ball for 4 years, you get back on the court, you're gonna be rusty. You're gonna have to practice and get going for about a year or two straight before you get back into your flow. So, I was a little rusty, but I was still, in there. So, but I'm the CEO, you know what I mean? It's my label. So now I am this before the club. So I got Platinum Palace. So I'm making so we're the Palace Mob. So we got a deal. We got albums that we putting out in the Dirty South in North Carolina, and we going through this dude. I'm gonna do it another time because I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna do this part another time, but we're going through this mixtape DJ called DNA in Washington D.C. And I got a story that I'm gonna tell with Cameron and them about Baltimore and D.C. Howard University. Oh, I'm gonna save that for one of the big channels, right? That's gonna use to blow this channel, right? A lot of stories I'm gonna save for the big channels with all the celebrities. So anyway, so I got Reynolds. He's the number one. So I put Reynolds on. I'm taking him through through the Dirty South. He's number one on the radio station in North Carolina, 95 points. Because they used to have a battle show on the radio station in North Carolina where people would call in and battle over the mic. So by the time we found out about it, they was already giving like thousands of dollars in record deals for whoever would win. So Reynolds started calling in. We would call in Reynolds and became the champion. He became the champion in North Carolina so much that they retired him as a champion to make it easy for someone else. But we already had a record deal, so we didn't even need the record deal, right? So anyway, and that's how I met the DJ from North Carolina to make him DJ in my club later when I opened the club. Anyway, things are tying together. So I got Reynolds, and I'm making him the number one rapper I'm trying to make him the number one battle rapper in the world. So I got him on the Fight Club MTV. So that knocking that dust. So and he did it. So we was on the and I got some stories coming from that. We was on the Fight Club and he was working his way up, battling everybody. And they had this thing where they got a chain and they give you a dog tag, right? It's like a military piece that says MTV Fight Club. And once you get your dog tag, you're one of the top battle rappers in the world. And then you go all the way up to you're going to battle so you can get the king of the battle rappers. This is back then in 2006. So that was Reynolds. Now, so this Palace Mom, we are nasty. Yo, we know we clap. No, y'all heard a little bit last week, right? So anyway, so now the Reynolds, his style, the way he rapped. So I was like a lion. Like I rhyme like, yeah, Luciano, yeah. And E Banger, he had a frog in his throat, right? He's like, I'm a realist mother, come out of the cut. Y'all heard a little bit last week, right? And I'm like, I'm the one like a lion. But Reynolds, he was like smooth. Oh, this trip good. He'd be a little pretty smooth boy, right? So his style, but he had metaphors and punchlines. So Reynolds' style was so we didn't like, cause Stack Bundles, like guys, remember this ain't the Stack Bundles that everybody know now, like Big L that they celebrating everybody when they're dead, right? This is when they were just coming up, establishing themselves. Okay, this is the beginning of this. So I remember when Stack Bundles started to blow up, everybody was like, "Yo, he sound like Reynolds." And I'm like, what? It was like, yo, it's this dude, Stack Bundles from Far Rockaway, that's blowing up. He be out there with Max B and them in Harlem. And he was like, I'm like, well, that's Dipset. And we signed, but we never ran into him yet. We had never ran into him yet because we were signed to Dipset through Luca Brasi. And he was coming in through Max B and them, the other part, Jim Jones and them, right? So I'm like, okay, we never. So then I remember hearing he put out a video, Stack B, and it was a video called something, and he had these bloods. And that's the way I used the image in my thumbnail. That's the music video for it. Okay. So when I heard the song, I'm like, this dude do sound like Reynolds. He sound like him the way that they rhyme. They do this little melodic kind of, and I'm like, yo, Reynolds, this Reynolds like, I tear him up. I like, I don't know, Reynolds. He got the buzz, but Reynolds is a battle rapper. Okay, so now it was already a thing where they were saying like Reynolds sound like Stack Bundles, Palace Mob, P Mob Gang. We was making noise, but Stack Bundles was really making noise because he got with DJ Clue and he was on a Clue tape, so his noise was a little bigger. But our noise was bigger in out of state. We was blowed up in DC, Baltimore, North Carolina. In New York, we had a buzz too, but it wasn't as big as his. Our buzz in New York just started growing from Reynolds doing the Fight Club on MTV. So we was just going. So we never got a chance to really cross paths, right? But we all knew that, you know what I mean? I was like, wait till we run into the Stack Bundles. So I was like, Reynolds, when we was going to run into him eventually in Harlem, because we were going to be signing the Dipset, and he was just trying to sign the Dipset. So it was eventual, over time, we was going to run together, and we Palace Mob, right? So, and I think Stack Bundles was blood, and P-Mob was basically blood by proxy, because Reynolds was blood, E-Banger was blood, and my hood was blood. So P-Mob gang and everybody that was in the Palace Mob was just blood. So it just was like everybody was just red bleeding all over the place, right? So it was just by proxy, right? I'm in the middle of this mess, foolish, but this is life we was living. So anyway, so we like, all right, it's just a matter of time. Shout out Sharice Webster. It's just a matter of time, guys, before we run into one another, right? So whatever. And Stack, because the mixtape game is blowing up. It's all about mixtapes and DVDs. Smack DVD, right? Just some Smack DVD was the biggest in New York and all that. And I was doing the DVD series called Platinum Palace, right? So we was doing our own DVD series. That's why I shot the music video for Flint Hill. Y'all gonna learn about that. We had shot a big music video for Flint Hill. Anyway, so here we go. So we are we P-Mob, we blowing up. Now, I met at this point, and I'm gonna tell another story, so I'll make this long. I'm telling another story how I met my Hawaiian girlfriend. The story about Hawaii when I fought the Samoan. So y'all, that's Corey. So at least y'all know Corey now. That's why I'm glad I tell the story so y'all can go along. Y'all understand that all the intertwining. So now at this stage, I'm with Corey. Okay, this is before she went back home, before I let her go back home, and I had to go get her and end up having to fight that big Samoan. This before that happened. So this is the time that I met her when she was up here visiting from Hawaii, and I bagged her. Now, when I first bagged her, Reynolds bagged her first. That was not cool. Reynolds bagged her first, but she ended up liking me, and that was not cool. I still feel bad about it. I always felt bad about it because it's kind of like I took his girl, but she never became his girl. But that wasn't cool. I don't like that, and I don't live like that. But she was so bad, right? Oh, I meant to put a picture up too. I'll do it another time in another story. I guess I'll do that when I tell the story of when I met her. So anyway, I meant to put a picture. I got a visual. But anyway, she was so insanely bad that I couldn't. She like Jody was like, Ross, she interested in you. And E-Banger was like, yo, Luke, she wants you. And I'm like, yo, no way. You know, there's no way this girl want me. I couldn't believe Reynolds bagged her. I'm like, how in the world Reynolds bagged this? Because Reynolds he had game. Reynolds talk a girl out of her pocketbook. Like he's one of them little dudes, just game, just hey baby, hey ma, and just all befriending you. Boy, they love Lil Reynolds. And he wasn't all that handsome either, but his game just he was pretty Ricky, what they call him from his game. Pretty Ricky, what they call his game. Facts, that boy has some game. He's not scared. So he bagged her, whatever, but she ended up liking me. So anyway, now, so that there is a little tension because of that. That's going to come in another story in Palace Mom. Because I know Reynolds felt the kind of way. I felt bad about it too. But now at this point, she my girl. All right, so bang. So we at this bar in Hempstead. I wish Unique was here because he would remember the name of the bar. I just cannot remember the name of the bar. But it was by Hempstead High School. It was on right by Peninsula Boulevard. The one by Nancy Store. For anybody who can watch this later, Unique or something, maybe they'll put in a comment. It was on the desert where Prodigy is from. That's where Reynolds' house was too, where Prodigy from Mobb Deep was from, in Hempstead. It was right up the street from Nancy's store. And I told a story on this channel of Nancy's store. Remember LL, the one who did 25 to Life, when he robbed all the stores and the little kid says, it was LL. He robbed the store. It was him. That was Nancy's store that he robbed. So right up the street from Nancy's store at the end of the block, it was a club there. A bar, right? And Hempstead have these little bars, and it's murder one. Like, you do not want to go in a bar in Hempstead, like one of these little bars, because it's all people from all the hoods, the Terrace, the Heights, the Drive. They're all ganged up, and everybody is just, you don't know nobody. It's just bound to be a shootout. It's bad news. You don't want to be in there. So we there because I'm living that life, right? So we at that bar. So we Palace Mob. We had a full-fledged. So we're in the bar. It's me, E-Banger, Reynolds, and I got Corey with me, my Hawaiian girlfriend, and Jody C, her cousin. That's how we met her. She's with us, and E-Banger's messing with Jodeci. So we in the bar, and we living it up or whatever. So we about to bounce. We about to leave, and so when we leave, I'm driving my ML Mercedes at this time. So we all in my ML Mercedes. So we kind of crammed in a little bit. We usually be in the big Escalade. So then one of my mans in my hood on Parkside Projects, his name is Suicide. Shout out to Sue. And then his little brother name is Homicide. I know y'all like these names, right? I know. Shout out to Sue and Homo, right? So Suicide and Homicide. This ain't the Homicide from Brooklyn that had the 50 Cent thing. This is my little man Homo from Hempstead, Strong Island. Shout out to Sue and Homo. Now, Suicide and Homo, they had a big family. And their sister had a boyfriend from Far Rockaway, and he was a drug. I think his name was D or something. He was a big drug dealer in Far Rockaway. And Far Rock, shout out to Red Fern and Edgemern Projects and all that. I got my people in Far Rockaway. I got some Far Rockaway stories coming. So he Charles Coleman, Max B. So he was a shooter in Far Rockaway, and Far Rockaway is official, okay? Like where we're from, it's official. So if you got a name there in that hood, then that meant you put it in. You know what I mean? Like you're a killer. I know I ain't glorifying it, it's just the reality we was living, right? So the dude D, Suicide's sister, I don't know where she met him at or whatever. So he was like wifey. So he was coming to Hempstead, and usually you can't come to Hempstead, right? You have to have a pass. Like you can't go to Far Rockaway. You go to people's hoods, you're gonna get wet, right? So he had a pass because he was messing with Homo and Sue's sister. Plus he was official, you know what I mean? So anyway, so I had met him already before somehow. So one of my mans was like, yo, Rod, this is D. He from Far Rockaway. This is Homo's sister boyfriend. And I know Homo's and Suicide family, right? Because we grew up with them on the project. So I'm like, they were younger than me though. So I'm like, oh, okay, this Sue people. I'm like, yo. So I met the dude. So he was a cool dude, smooth dude, right? So he was like, yo, you know what I mean? He had a nice little whip or something, but he seen my Benzes and stuff. So he's like, yo, I heard about you. You getting this, right? So he's like, yo, I gotta connect, right? So he was trying to tell me he could get me connected with some bricks. He was like, how much you getting it for? So he didn't know that at this point, you can't connect me with nothing. So I didn't tell this story. All right, like y'all. See you later, King. Thank you for checking in, King. So of course, I'm not going to tell nobody my business, but he didn't know at this time, this huge story I'm going to tell on this channel. I got a connect that's coming from Haiti, the country. Okay. And this story is all in the newspaper. I don't know if I'm going to say it on here or say it on one of the big channels, but this story was all over the news. It's got something to do with the Haitian president. Yeah, the press. So my connect is like a big meech, like a BMF Connect. I'm getting it for like $15 type thing. So I know you got to connect, but ain't no way in the world you can't do nothing for me. And I'm coming like I'm what am I doing? I'm separating myself from that plug because that plug is too flashy. So I'm gonna tell you that story on another one. The connect I got that's got the Haitian connection, they driving Lamborghinis and Ferrari. Like, no. There was just too much heat. My boy pull up in a Lamborghini with the door. I'm like, yo, dude, you tripping. Right. So I'll tell you another story where I'm separating myself from the plug. Right. So anyway, so I meet my man from Far Rockaway, and he's like, I got a plug, you know what I mean? I'm like, nah, I'm good, man. He's like, I'm good. So we was cool, right? So we cool. I could tell you official dude, you know what I mean? No joke. Bang. So now fast forward, we about to leave the bar. So we all getting into the ML, right? The Benz. So one of my mans ran up. He was like, yo, Luch, hold up. I'm like, what? He's like, yo, what's his name? D want to stop you. D from Far Rockaway. He wants you to meet somebody. He said, stop Luch and Palace Mall. Stop Palace Mall. So I'm like, well, he said he wants you to meet somebody. I'm like, I said, my man D's, Hamo and them. He said, yeah. I said, oh, that's my man. All right. So Jody and Corey got in the car. Corey got in the front seat. Jody got in, and they kind of got in, but E Banger stayed out with me out the car. So we waited. So he came walking up. So when he came walking up, he had a whole crew of dudes with him. My man from Far Rock. So he walked up. So he's like, yo, what up? What up, Luch? I'm like, yo, what up, my G? He's like, yo, I wanted to introduce you to the hottest rapper that's out now. This is my boy. We pushing him. We pushing him like crazy. He said, this is Stack Bundles. So I'm like, that's Stack Bundles? And he like, yo, what up, man? I'm like, yo, we heard of you. Yo, you nice. I said, you sound like my boy. You sound like, and then D said, that's why I'm stopping you, Luch. He sound like Reynolds. I said, yo, he sound just like Reynolds. He's like, yo, I told him about Palace Mob, the hottest rap group out since the Locks. He was like, I told him that y'all gonna sign the Dipset through Luke. He's getting signed through Jim. So he was like, yo, I heard y'all niggas is nice, right? So I'm like, yeah, I heard your joint. You sound like my man. So then E Banger's like, yo, Reynolds. E Banger's like, yo, Reynolds, come here, Stack Bundles out here. So Reynolds jumped out the car. So Reynolds like, yo, that's Stack Bundles. So Reynolds kind of groupie in a way a little bit, no disrespect. But Reynolds like, yo, this Stack Bundles. I'm looking at Reynolds like, nigga, pardon my language. I'm like, don't be acting like you a fan, fool. It's time to battle. You know what I mean? You ain't trying to be a fan, right? So I'm like, I immediately jumped in there. So I'm like, yo, Reynolds, I don't know. You said you wanted to battle Stack, right? You wanted to battle, right? I'm like, I don't know. Stack, you think you the best? This the best rapper. And then Stack was like, I ain't no battle rapper, but I'll slay him. I was like, whoa, all right. So I'm like, so we like, yo, Reynolds. So Reynolds like, what? You crazy? Ain't nobody slaying me. So then Reynolds just starts spitting. What? I'll take you and your fitty coat that got the starter S. I'll take it and wrap your hair and rip it around your chest. And I'll take your sneakers, which got the thing in it. He started talking about, and then I'll take you to edge mirror and take the edge and smear the mirror into your face and make you like, Reynolds is a beast. I'm like, Reynolds is just off of the dome, off the brain, like right off the head. He just like, I'll do this and I'll do it. And everybody like, ooh, and every punchline. So Stack started laughing because it was so impromptu, guys. It was it was cute. It was like, and Reynolds little and all that. So Stack started laughing. So he started laughing, and I'm like, and Reynolds just kept going, and then D, I was like, yo, that's enough. We grabbed him, Stack started laughing. He's like, yo, little homie is nice. Little homie is nice. I'm like, yeah, he nice. Stack was like, yeah, homie, nice. And I ain't battling. I ain't into that battle stuff. He's like, he's looking at him like a little homie. But I was like, yeah, he on the Fight Club, Stack. I said he got his dog tag. Man, I was proud of his dog tag. Look, I got my dog tag. I got my dog tag for the Fight Club. I was like, yeah, he gonna be the #1 battle rapper and everything. He was like, that's what's up. So he was like, yo, we need to collab. I was like, yeah. I said, yeah, we need to make a P-Mob joint. We need you on our album. I said, we going through Luch. I said, we ain't met you. He said, oh, y'all about to? I said, yeah, we signing through Luch. So he was like, oh, so we gonna collect anyway. So he's like, yeah, we're going to collide. You know what I mean? So then my man D from Far Rock, he was like, I knew y'all would get along. He was like, yo, so my man D was like, yo, Luch, I got something to holler at you about, right? So I'm like, all right. So he pulled me to the side, right? So he's like, yo, I need a, he said, you wouldn't, I knew that since you wouldn't take my connect, he said, that means you getting it for a better price than I'm getting it for. So he's like, yo, I'm official, my G, I'm quiet and all that. I like how you move. I already talked to Suicide. Suicide already told me how you've been moving your whole life. He's like, yo, my G, like, if you could look out, man. He's like, I pick up this and I pick it up every couple of weeks. And he was like, you know what I mean? I'm quiet. It's just me. You see how I roll. I was like, you know what? I don't really mess with people, didn't really mess with people then, but I did all my time for this. I'm not promoting none of this. It was just the life I was living. So I was like, you know what? I got you. I said, when I get back from North Cac, I'm gonna holla at Sue and we're gonna connect up and then I'm gonna plug you in. I'll plug you into one of my mans. He's like, all right, that's what's up. So after we said that, we turned and we went to walk back to the truck. So we walk back to the truck. We start to go back to the truck, and I just see all of these, like everybody is around the truck, like they're smothering the truck. And I'm like, yo, what? I'm like, yo, what? Like what? So all the dudes from Stack Bundle's crew, he had his whole crew there. I forgot what he's called, his little crew. Their name was something. And they were all around the truck, and they had my front door open, and they were like trying to battle each other to get to my front door, trying to talk. And I realized what they doing. I'm like, oh, they drooling over Corey, the Hawaiian chick, because she's so exotic looking. So I was like, yo, what? I'm like, yo, what? And I look, and when I get this Stack, it's like, yo, move. He fighting. He like, yo, baby, yo, I'm Stack Bundles. I'm saying, he's like, I'm Stack Bundles. I'm like, so I said, yo, dude, yo, get the hell away from my car. So he like, and I'm like, so his man's raised up, right? So his man, I was like, yo, get the hell away from my car. So his man's raised up. So I'm like, his man's like, yo, what? So I was like, yo, what? Now it went from friendly rap, sides to, because his man was taking up for Stack, because I kind of nudged him to get away from my car. And I'm like, yo, like, you know what I mean? Y'all tripping. You know what I mean? Like, you tripping. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. Right. So his man raised up on me. Like, yo. And I'm like, what? I'm like, and my temper was really quick. Right. So I'm like, what? I said, nigga, you be laid out. Nigga, this, sorry. I like, nigga, this Hempstead. You be dead. You far, you from home, brother. They ain't even that far, because if they get on Peninsula, the same street where we at, it goes right into Far Rockaway. 15 minutes. That same street, Peninsula Boulevard, drives right into Far Rockaway. It turns into Beach Channel when you get into Far Rockaway. So it's the same street. And Hempstead is called Peninsula Boulevard, and Far Rockaway is called Beach Channel. Facts. Same street, one strip. So that's the island. It's on Long Island, as I taught y'all in the other lesson. So I'm like, yo, you what? So then my boys, the other outside boys was there. They roll up, and then his boys start. So people start to pull out, right? So they start to pull out, and my boys got guns. We always strapped because I'm heavy. So they start to pull out, and then D jumped like, no. no, he like grabbed, like, nah, we all family. We all family. We all family. So the Stack Bundles dude was on their side. So I'm looking at him and I'm like, yo, you should know better. You in my car. He like, yo, I'm saying I ain't know. I mean, shorty looking crazy. We ain't know. I'm like, yeah, y'all know. She in the car. Who car it is? Y'all don't just go to nobody's car. Y'all know what it is. So it was just like, you know what I mean? My man D just deaded it. So it was like a screw thing between the goons from Hempstead, my goons, not Reynolds and them, my goons from Hempstead who was there from the bar, and then the Stack Bundles and his dudes. It was just like, but D, the one from Far Rock, he was on both because it was suicide, so he just deaded it. But it was really close to being a wet show. It was really close to being uh yeah, that would have been bad. That would yeah, that would have made all the news in the world. So anyway, so then that was it. My man D, like he squashed it. So, you know what I mean? We just kind of left it at that. And D was like, nah, we gonna be label mates. We all family through me. So we thought we was gonna see them again later with Dipset and all that. But then I I end up getting locked up, which are the 15 to life. So then we kind of, in a way, lost our record deal. And then later, Stack Bundles ends up getting murdered and his projects in Red Farm. Um, I'm not, that's another mystery. That's a hip hop mystery. And then after they murdered him, they murdered his man, Chinks, which is another undercover rapper who was blowing up to be the next Jay-Z or whatever, big rapper. They murdered Chinks too. They shot Chinks up in his Porsche right outside in the broad daylight, like 30 gunfire bullets just lit his whole body up in front of everybody outside in the Porsche. And they killed Stack Bundles. They murdered him in his Red Farm projects in his building, in his lobby. They killed him in his prime. He's only like 24 years old, in his prime. And I don't know if the beef was over jealousy that they had in their hood in Far Rockaway or some gang beef, but another one of our black brothers from the slave ships, you know, our people are cursed, people of the book that lost their lives. A lot of people lost their lives. I could have lost my life, but I guess the Most High saved me for this purpose of being Uncle Yahshuah now and teaching his children across the world, you know, who they are, and to come out of all the crime and the murders and the drugs and to teach you that you are somebody from the Most High. You are somebody, you know. You actually was a people that are chosen in the book to be a righteous people. So so yeah, guys, that was my little Stack Bundles story. So now Stack Bundles is like a hip hop legend now, like Big L and them was from New York City, underground hip hop legend. Most people don't have a story with Stack Bundles. I kind of got a story almost with everybody. Most side had me transverse so many different people's lives. Okay, so I'm gonna do this part to tie in some this. So now we're gonna go. Now I'm gonna go into the 15 to life. How this whole 25 to life, Uncle Yahshuah 25 to life, testimony TV stuff, the 25 to life came in. Okay, so now I'm cutting pieces, and other stories will just tie. It's like a doggone jigsaw puzzle. So as I tell most of these stories, other stories will tie in the other events. Okay, it'll be tying together. So now this part, it's 2006, right? So Palace Mob, we are at our apex. The whole Palace Mob, We running through all the battles everywhere. We got our record deal and everything. We I my Hawaiian girlfriend, Corey, is this before I went to Hawaii? No, this after she came back. No. So this after. Okay. So now I done went to Hawaii. This is after the story with the Samoan. I done got her. She came back. So I got her back. We got her back to New York. So me and Corey, we got an apartment in Queens and Farmers Boulevard, down on the other end though. Down on the other end, not by Linden and Baisley, where I used to live. I'm at the other end of Farmers, way down on that side. I think it's called the North Side or something. So, or the West Side, I don't know. So anyway, so that's South. No, South Side is that way. North is that way. East, South, North, South, East. That's West Side. Okay, sorry guys. The West Side of Farmers Boulevard. Okay, so we got our apartment there, and I got her a job working in Brooklyn, right? So that's wifey. So we going, and but my baby mama and them still got the big house in New York, this before the arrest. So I got the house in New York is worth almost close to 600,000. It's working its way up. That's where I made a lot of my money off the equity in that house. And I got all the houses in North Carolina. So I got the big house, the big blue one on Andrews, the one y'all saw the picture, and all the houses on Lamb Street and everything, all the construction crew. This is at the top of everything. So everything is going good. Palace Mob is blowing up. We're #1 in North Carolina. Reynolds got his dog tags. We on the Fight Club. We got our record deal with Dipset. Everything is going good. There's a little tension in the Palace Mob because I kind of took Reynolds' girl. She never became a girlfriend, but he was talking to her first. So Corey ended up liking me, the Hawaiian girl. So it's kind of a little tension, but it is what it is. So now he got other chicks because Reynolds is a player. So now he got other chicks. So it's still there, but it's kind of smooth out. So we're a Palace Mob, and we at the top of everything. Now, Reynolds I'm kind of falling back a little bit because me and Corey I'm kind of being domesticated a little bit, right? I'm in like a real relationship. So I'm not, I'm not running out. We're not 5, 7, 10 deep in the Escalade going all over the city, the Bronx, Brooklyn, going in Queens and clubs and guns and drugs. She got me chilling out. You know what I mean? I'm doing the like domestic thing. So me, her, E, and Jody are going out as couples a lot. So that's leaving Reynolds by himself, kind of in the hood running around. But I'm setting him off. I'm hitting him off with money because he signed, we all signed on my record label. So he's straight. So when we would come from North Carolina, because we was going back and forth to North Carolina, still working on the houses and still blowing up and doing all that in Baltimore and stuff, I would drop him off. He would just run around New York for about a week until we drive back out of state to North Carolina and going all through the other states, right? Promoting Palace Mob and stopping at radio stations, doing all that. So Reynolds hooked up with Star Crimes, which was the one that got assigned to Dipset. Star Crimes is Luca Brasi's nephew, right? Luca Brasi's wife, cousin or something like that. And Star Crimes is from my hood on the Heights where Granddaddy IU is from. And he knew me because his sister, Star Crimes' sister, was a big drug dealer back in the days. She went to school with me. And she was from Freeport, but she went to Hempstead. And she was like one of them female hustlers. She was big time. She was about it. And she would date all of the rich drug kingpins when we were younger, when I was Nasty 4. So she used to like me, but I never messed with her back in high school. So, but she was so cool. So Star Crimes was a little brother. So he grew up and he knew, and his sister told him that's Rashawn official. And she was legendary. Like she was putting it in, right? So Reynolds would link with Star Crimes when we were dropping. So Star had them all through Harlem and all through Brooklyn, and I think Star lived in Queens at the time, Far Rockaway. Yep, Star Crimes lived in Far Rockaway at the time, just coincidence. And he would take Reynolds all over Harlem and everything. So Reynolds always wanted to do music, but I was chilling out. We had a record deal, but I was kind of chilling out. So Corey, my ex, used to tell me, stop hanging with them so much because like you're trying to go legit. Like you're the label owner. We got all the properties. We got the carpet company, and we got all these different businesses. If you keep hanging with them, you're gonna get in trouble. Like it's just a matter of time before you get in trouble. Thank you, Paul P. Make sure you smash that like. So now, guys, this is the start of the 25 to life. This is going to start these sentences, okay? This is how this started. So she's like, you know, I don't want you hanging out with them no more. When you got to do business, do business. But other than that, we don't need to be hanging out with them. You know, they smoking weed. They just running around with that blood stuff, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. This is the wisdom, guys. When you always listen to the woman's instinct. They call it women's intuition, right? Always listen to women's intuition. Those women will tell you something and you don't listen, and you would have wished you listened. Plenty people dead, or plenty people got life in prison or whatever, that wish they would have listened to their mother, their sister, their auntie, their cousin, their girlfriend, whatever, when they told them. So I was listening for the most part, right? So now Palace Mob is blowing up, okay? So I meant to do something when I did the stack bundles, but it's okay. I can do it here, just so y'all can have a little bit. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of treat. This is the part of Palace Mob that when we started to kind of smooth out. So the first album, when I play these ones for them, that's really like murder one, stick a gun to you, choke off the barrel, and the spit come up, and like just stupid killer murder, stupid music. But this third album, where we're at now, we're kind of smoothing out a little bit. We're kind of making music for the women. It's thug music, but it's music for the thug girls. Like our love music is, hey baby, you hold my you stash my kilos, and you know she put her gun in her pocketbook, and you know that's our love music. Our love music is thug love, you know. It's just the real life. It's the scar from the people of the book. You know who we are, right? The so-called Black people. We scarred from the ghettos that we were placed in. So this, I meant to play it when I started to tell the stack bundles, because I want y'all to hear Reynolds, how he rhymed, so y'all can hear this is how stack bundles sound on certain songs, right? So now I'll play it now. So now this is the third album. This is the one now we with this producer called Whatever. I said that before in the last story, right? And Whatever is producing the Lost Boys, Mr. Cheeks in the album, right? And he's a big producer. So this is a song from Palace Mob, and this is where we at this time, right when this arrest is coming. Because we had we got two other albums that are Murder One. Now we kind of smoothing out with some thug love music. We got thug love out, so y'all, you know what I mean? That thug love, stupid stuff. The people of the book, boy, it's our trauma. All right, so I'm let me do it now. Let me present, right? Video file. Okay. Oh, I don't have to do that. It's already there. I can just add to the stream. Here we go. So this is the part. Okay, so this is our this is our rendition of love music. Of love music. All right, just now, I think Reynolds is the first one to go. So this is all three of us in this hook. Remember, I'm Lucci and E-Banger and Reynolds. Reynolds be the one, I think you. He sound like the little sing-songy type of thing. So here's Palace Mob right here. Right.
I think you do really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs and your knee highs.
I think you do really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with E-Bang.
You do really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide like a coochie.
See, you know what he's saying? This is love music to the girls. Listen to what Reynolds said. Hold on. Listen to what Reynolds said. Reynolds is first.
I think you do really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs and your knee highs.
See, I think you do really want to hop in a G-Ride in your pretty little thongs and your knee highs, right? And then E-Banger says,
You do really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with E-Bang. You do.
And the palace is the big house in North Carolina that I told you, the big blue and white one. I think you do really want to spend a night in the palace with E-Banger. And then here go my foolish butt.
Really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide like a coochie.
Did y'all hear that stupid stuff? I think you do really want to hide with the Lucci and take a 2-5, let it hide by your coochie. So take my 25, the little small gun, and you stick it by. That's how you hide it from the police. See, this thug love. Definitely that thug love. And they were loving it in the hood. Y'all know the hood, the girls like, oh, Palace Mob. You know, P-Mob gang. We had P-Mob girls and everything, wearing red bandanas and everything. Straight thug love. This is the doggone curses. This is the curses in the Bible over the people. The curses of our people. All right. So, all right. Now, this is our, all right, now I'm going to just let it play a little bit. This is our version of thug love music. P-Mob.
You do really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs and your knee highs.
You do really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with E-Bang.
You do really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide like a coochie.
Really wanna ride with the mob in the 745, getting high to the mob. I think me and you.
He said, I think you do. We all said, really want to ride with the mob, Palace Mob, in a 745, getting high till tomorrow. That's the hook. This I love music. This had thug love. Boy, the curses over our people. We be thug love, arguing, fighting, girl pull out a gun on you in the bed. That's that thug love. You wake up with a gun in your face. Like thug love, boy. I swear, the doggone curses. All right, let it play a little bit.
You do really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with E-Bang.
You do really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide like a coochie.
Really wanna ride with the mob in the 745, getting high to the mob. I think me and you can trap or die. I think we can get this money, stack it high. I think your name is Bunny and mine is Clyde. I think the year that we met was 95. Summertime at a cookout, you changed my life. I think I won't thinking right.
I love that part. E-Banger says, summertime at a cookout, the thing was right. I think I won't thinking right. He said, summertime at a cookout, something was right. He was saying, I think I wasn't thinking right when I met, but he said, I think I won't thinking right. I love when he said that. I used to love that part. We used to be riding in the truck, knocking this with the 415s in the Escalade. Boom, 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 boom. He was like, he said, I think you won't think it right. I think I won't thinking right. I'm like, whoa, I love that verse. All right, let me put it back again. Sorry, guys, I'm reminiscing.
You do really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide like a coochie.
Really wanna ride with the mob in the 745, getting high to the mob. I think me and you can trap or die. I think we can get this money, stack it high. I think your name is Bunny and mine is Clyde. I think the year that we met was 95. Summertime at a cookout, you changed my life. I think I won't thinking right. I was lost in the world of pretty girls screaming my name. Tattoos on each chest to say the P-Mob gang. So you wanna
tattoos on their chest to say the P-Mob gang. That's Palace Mob. Yo, guys, we had hits. I'm talking about we made good, bad music. We made some really good, bad music. So y'all can hear. So we still thugs saying I love music. So now y'all can hear, guys, when I'm saying like we were literally the best. So now, guys, for Paul P and everybody else, for Katie Kid and all y'all, even Charles, when y'all hear this, now y'all what I'm saying. Imagine when Stack Bundles was here and he was like, you know what I mean? So when D was playing, he was like, yo, P Mob, y'all is official. So it's like, guys, that's what I'm saying. The Most High stopped me from making it. He's like, no way, I'm about to let you go out. All right, make it. All right, so let me continue. Sorry that I keep stopping it because E-Banger's metaphors be crazy sometimes. I really want y'all to hear Reynolds, but anyway.
Really want to ride with the Lucci and take this too far, let it hide by the coochie.
Really want to ride with the mob in the 745, getting high to the mob. I think me and you can trap or die. I think we can get this money, stack it high. I think your name is Bunny and mine is Clyde. I think the year that we met was 95. Summertime at a cookout, you changed my life. I think I won't thinking right. I was lost in the world of pretty girls screaming my name. Tattoos on their chest that say the P-Mob gang. So you wanna ride with a gangster? They don't come no realer than your boy E-Banger. So what's up, ma? It's up to you. And I think you gon' choose the right thing to do.
I think you do really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs
I
and your
think
knee highs.
you do really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with
I think
E-Banger.
you do really want to ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide by the coochie.
Really wanna ride with the mob in the 745, getting high to the mob.
You wanna ride out? Sometimes I think you do. How about a dumb and watch my from me to you? Reynolds made a plan. Sex on Cuba sing. Oh, you
So you see how he rhymes? That's how Stack Bundles sound on one of his songs. And I'm like, dude, they sounded just alike. So that's where I meant to play this before I told the Stack Bundle story. So that's where D was like, yo, they played a song to Stack Bundles of ours from our mixtape, and he was like, yo, they did sound alike. But he didn't know Reynolds was a battle rapper though. So Reynolds is rapping like this just for our music, to make commercial music, but he's a battle rapper. So that's when Reynolds started saying, I'll take this and talk about his clothes and stuff off the top of his head. So yes. So yeah, guys, thank you, Katie Kid. Thank you, Faye. So all right, and thank you, Sharice and everybody. So this was Reynolds. So now this was the little one that Stack Bundles. So now y'all got like the whole thing. So now I'm glad I'm playing it because people like Katie Kid, they be like, all right, now people in the world be like, all right, now you're talking about Stack Bundles because they was like Stack Bundles one of the best. But I'm like, no, guys, we was the best too. Like we was the official. All right, so let me go back a little. I'm gonna just let Reynolds play out. And then
spend the night in the palace with E-Banger.
You do really want to ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide by the coochie.
Really wanna ride with the mob in the 745, getting high to the mob.
You wanna ride out? Sometimes I think you do. How about a dumb and watch my from me to you? Reynolds made a plan. Sex on Cuba sing. Oh, you didn't know? Castro, my man. Why you think I got the kit on the Astro van? I think I love your eyes. I think I love your size. I think you can fit a bird between your thighs. Back in high school, I think we share locker. While I push the pies, you be my Betty Crocker. Cute like Betty Boo to my own Betty Rocker. Surgeon with the pen, move steady, doctor. You wanna know me? Like I know you. Look, I don't know you, homegirl. I just think I do. It's your boy. I said you do. Really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs and your knee highs.
You do really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with E-Banger.
You do really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide by the coochie.
You do really wanna ride with the mob in the 745, getting high to the mob.
Listen, ma, these streets call me Luciano. Put so much of time you heat, they call me Mooly with ammo. You see that ride over there? The keys in the ignition. Slide over there.
like, guys, I'll be forgetting. Like, remember we wrote this rhyme 2006, so I don't remember none of these rhymes, right? So when I heard that, it said the streets call me Luciano. I push so much Italian heat, they call me what did I say? Hold on, let me see something. And it's
Ride over there, the keys in the ignition. Much of time you heat.
Really wanna ride with the mob in the 745, getting high to the mob.
Listen, ma, these streets call me Luciano. Push so much Italian heat, they call me Mooly with ammo.
I push so much Italian heat. Italian guns are the Italian-made guns, right? Uzis and stuff like that. I said I push so much Italian heat, they call me Mooly with ammo. Mooly is Igor in Italian. For the mobsters, call you Mooly. They call us Moolies. They Moolianos, they Moolies. They call me Mooly with ammo. I'm like, when I heard it back, because I haven't heard this since 2006, guys, these albums. I found them when I was doing the other story. So this album was lost forever. The third album, I thought it was gone forever. But when I was looking for the rolling down, to play the certain things and looking for the other song, I found this album too. I was like, yo, I got the third album from P-Mob Gang. So when I listen, I'm like, yo, I don't even remember none of these verses. I do remember them, but I'm just like, wow. So anyway, we were crazy. So let me.
Mob in the 745, getting high to the mob.
Listen, ma, these streets call me Luciano. Push so much Italian heat, they call me Mooly with ammo. You see that ride over there, the keys in the ignition, slide over there. You know I'm a fool if you blink, you know I'm a zoo. Now let me tell you what I think that you want me to do. Want me to pie, you want me to cake in all weather. Whenever you cry, you want me to make it all better. You want me to ride and set it whenever it's popping. You want me to slide them jumps whenever you shopping. You want me to blow, but I think you ain't ready to handle. It's time to grow, but I think you ain't ready to expand, yo.
I said, you want me to blow, but I think you ain't ready to handle. You want me to grow, but I think you ain't ready to expand, yo. Like,
when I met you, you was barely straight out of the Cali, looking like Halle, coming straight out of the valley. Really wanna ride with the Lucci, so stop being bougie before I drop you in the boonies.
I cursed too, so I just know the curses. I said, so stop being bougie before I drop you in the Goonies. Itch. I didn't mean that, but that's just this was our thug love music. This is thug love music, guys.
Really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs in your leg high.
You do. Really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with eBay. You do.
Really want. All right. So anyway, let me stop. Remove. All right. So now I was supposed to play that before what Anthony I said, what's dope to me is you told stories of rapping in the 80s and you kept your flow sharp for a long time. True Pin. Thank you, King. Yeah, we and we got better, and the other albums gonna get. Wait till y'all hear these other albums. I got albums, Dirty South one, that's crazy. So in all type of albums. So anyway, so now y'all getting more introduced to Palace Mob. So now y'all, so when I'm able to do it like this, guys, and play y'all the song and the stories and the pictures, see, that's the Most High gifted me to have the receipts to be able to tell these stories, and so y'all can understand that these are all true facts. Thank you, Anthony. True facts. So there's no just making up storyteller. I got all the receipts of it all. Okay, so. Now, and for all the different times and the different stories and telling all right. So now that y'all heard that, this album, Palace Mob, we got the deal. We're ready to go. Like everything the deal with Dipset is being worked out. Reynolds is #1 battle rapper across North Carolina. We on the Fight Club MTV. They about to air we about to shoot the Fight Club battle for MTV for it to be live on the air. So that's coming. Everything is happening, right? So all of all my houses, instead of me flipping them, I got people in the houses. Stupid me. I could have been flipped them and moved on, but I got all my houses is up. The palace is up. I got all my car. Like I'm at my apex. Y'all should already know how this story is going to. I'm at the top, right? I'm at the top of the world. Everything we about to be signed. We're signing an independent label deal, so they're going to be signed to Platinum Palace, but distributed through Dipset and stuff like that. Reynolds #1 on TV. We got the DVD, the Platinum Palace DVD that's coming out, series, right? So it's the DVD era, Smack DVDs and all those, Cocaine City D. That's where you get French Montana come from. See, guys, this is the hip hop, guys, that a lot of people who these big stars are now. This is the beginning. French Montana at this time wasn't even a rapper. Y'all know the French Montana that's in the world rapping and stuff. This is when he had Cocaine City DVD and stuff like that. When that's how he came on. And then he started rapping on the DVD. All right. This was when Gravy, and this is back in the days with the DV Smack DVD era stuff. Now, so we're gonna have Platinum Palace TV. Literally, that was the DVD. So we had that. So we was shooting, we was doing New York. So we was shooting all through New York, all the boroughs, and from North Cac and DC and everything. So our DVD series is gonna be distributed through DNA. DNA was the number one DJ in Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, DNA. And I'll show y'all that on another one. I got clips so y'all can show y'all. He's all the big stars, 2 Chainz and everybody know DNA. It's Wild Child DNA, whatever. So anyway, so we got the distribution set up. I got everything set up, all the houses, all the money. I got the bad Hawaiian, Polynesian, what's her name, mixed 5 different ways chick, and she got brown skin too, so she ain't even, no disrespect to other nations, but she's exotic brown skin looking. So I got the bad model chick. I got everything is set up. I'm a multi-millionaire. I did it, right? My future is secure, established. Everything is, Gravy. See, Anthony Allison, no facts. Gravy, that's the one who played Biggie Smalls in the Biggie Small movie. For everybody who watched the Biggie Small, the movie, the one with the girls that sing with 3LW that played Little Kim, the dude who played, that's Gravy. Yes, this is Gravy's beginning, guys. Anthony, this is all of it. This before any of them was blowed up. This when everyone was on the street grinding, okay? So, in mixtape era days. So, everything is set up, guys. I'm at the top of the world, literally, and it's just getting bigger. I'm about to get the Bentley Flying Spur. The Flying Spur, this is when they came out with it. It's a new Bentley. Right? People were rocking the Bentley GTs and they were rocking other, but they came out with a Flying Spur and it was big. It looked like a big GT. That was going to cost me $150,000. So I was going to pay cash because I always bought my joints cash. Yeah, Luch was balling. Unc was no joke. All right. So I was about to go buy the Flying Spur, right? And I remember me and my shorty, we went and looked. She was like, I was like, yeah, we're going to look good in this. Because I got that swag and she crazy banging. So it was like, yeah, we're going to look good. You know what I mean? This looks good for the label. So understand, guys, remember perception. So for Platinum Palace, this looks good. So now I'm about to go up. We got to go have a meeting with Luca Brasi and Dipset. So we about to go to Harlem in the Flying Spur, the brand new 2006 $150,000 bill. You heard? This is what I'm talking about. I'm jumping out with the ice and the Cartier, and we like, and they all read it out, and it's like, and we gooned up, and we strapped up. We crazy. This is a crazy life, but it's our reality. You understand? Now y'all getting to understand different levels of who Uncle Yahshuah was, the different times. Yeah, the Most High allowed me to go this far, literally that far, and we jumping out. P-Mob gang, goons, with a truck behind us, goons going to, you see? So we coming into the business meetings with these labels and stuff official. No, Platinum Palace is our own label. We doing subsidiary deals. You see, we doing distribution and stuff. You know what I mean? And we can basically promote ourselves because we traveling through all states. Oh, I'm OT. OT is out of state. We OT with this. We in Baltimore. Oh, wait till I tell a Baltimore stories. DNA had us shooting a music video for Pat. I'm gonna tell another story in Baltimore during the time of what's that series in Baltimore? The one, somebody write it. The series in Baltimore. The famous one, the HBO show. what's that one? What's it called? Somebody gonna write it. Yeah, this is the time of that of those people in the series for the Baltimore, The Wire. That's it. I found it. This is the days of The Wire with Omar and yeah, Katie Kid. We was in B-more in DC during when Omar and The Wire and then what's his name, the other one, the big kingpin out there and during The Wire, when they was running those hoods. I was in the hoods, the brownstone, in the streets. We did music videos. So I got a story that's gonna come. I'll probably tell it on a bigger channel so we can grow our numbers and about that story, because there's some stars, Cameron and them stars involved in this story. So yeah, this I'm talking about there when this was going down. We were traveling through these hoods. We was there in the big. Now, guys, we there. We ain't there invisible, KD. I ain't there in the background. Oh, I'm there in the big 500 bins, in the big Escalade, in the big. We jumping out with the big like whales on. Change. Y'all see me all red and like we ain't hiding. Ain't no blending in. Oh, it was on and popping, Katie. I ain't trying to make myself seem like I know super bad nothing, but we was crazy. I look at it now, it's just nuts. Like, you fools. It's just foolish. I'm a whole different wise man now. I'm like, boy, if you don't go sit your little butt down somewhere for somebody clap a 9 in your skull, and I didn't care. I was ready for the 9 in the skull. You understand? It's what they was doing, what we was doing. So anyway, now I'm at the top, guys. Everything is set up. All the houses I own. Listen, guys, let's wrap there. I own my own street. On my cousin land street. Everything that you see, I grind hard to get. All the cribs, all the cars, all the bars and whips. Every weekend I grind for trips. Then I mount every lodge for trips. Then I garage the 6 on my cribs on Lamb Street and cran the paint. Oh, that's a whole nother song. I'll play that for you. It's dope. Like crazy. Like I said, like my brother said, he's like, I was rhyming back then, but I was telling everything that I'm living. Everything was official. Everything was real. Taking Mount Airy Lodge for trips. The Mount Airy Lodge was that commercial back in the days for those from New York. I know Faye Yaga remember this. They used to have a commercial on TV because the Mount Airy Lodge is the Poconos. Mount Airy Lodge was a trip. They have a commercial that's a play at night about taking a trip to the Poconos. I said, I'm Mount Airy Lodge for trips. Then I garage the 600 Mercedes. Facts. This was my rhymes back then, guys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're like, dude, we was what? I really wish the Most High. No, I don't wish he would have let the music go out because it was murder music. But I wish people heard, they would know, like, dude, like, but whatever. It is what it is. This is where I'm supposed to be, to doing what I do to work for the Most High. He was not letting all that go out. Yes, Anthony, the Flying Spur was a spaceship at that time. Facts. And it was the brand new one, King, when they first dropped. Big dog. I was going to get the money green. So, yo, Anthony, I was getting the money green. So it's a really green, but it's so, the paint is so thick that at night it looks black. Right? I knew Faye, y'all remember that Mount Airy Lodge commercials. They were all over the place. Right? This for our the elders in New York. So yeah, Anthony, the money green, where at night it looks black almost. Where you like, but in the daytime you see all the greens and whoa. Boy, that thing, all the wood inside and the big grill. Oh my goodness. Luch was crazy. You see the Most I had to sit my little butt down, right, guys? Sit your little butt down, boy. I got stuff for you to do. Now, all right, guys, I'm at the top of the world. Everything that I worked for, that's what, remember the other song I just said, had money, had cars, had bras, the Escalade, truck, and mail, and the garage, right? I said, everything I worked for almost got reduced to cane. Everything, I almost lost it all. The house, the car, see? That was after. Now. So, this before then. That was after the arrest. Now, everything is that I've been working for has worked. That's why I'm telling you guys, do it righteously, though, morally and smart. But everything that you want to do, you can do it, guys. You just have to put in the work and the diligence. study, just do it. You have to have a goal, a dream, reach out to do the dream, and just keep working until it's complete. You can do it. I did it all my life from a little kid. I said, I'm going to have a house. I end up having only 20 of them. I'm going to have a car. I end up having 50 of them. I'm going to have a business. I end up having like 15 of them. Like, you can do it. You just have to think it and then apply. That's the Hebrew language, concrete action. Do the things. Do the thing. You can do anything. Just do it righteously and moral with integrity. And do it to help others. Take care of your family and do it for the means to help others, and you could do it. The Most High will help your dreams come to pass. All right? We got some time left before this whole world crashes and ends. So do the right thing. Okay. So now, everything that I've been working for is at its apex. I am like a king of the world. I'm on top of the world. I'm a king. I'm a multimillionaire in my early 30s, right? Somewhere, yeah, I think I'm in my 30s somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember my age. I never remember my age. I don't have an age. So somewhere in my 30s, I guess. So, but I'm a multimillionaire, okay? And I come from the projects with no parents, but I'm a multimillionaire. Understand? I went and bought a $70,000 Escalade on my debit card. Me and my Hawaiian girlfriend, we pull up. She got a little mini skirt on. She is so bad. Sorry, she was so bad. Sorry, I don't mean to, but she was short, thick, everything right, a little mini skirt, and she had these fur boots. You know those boots that they call them Sasquatch boots, with all the fur, like big furry boots, come up to your knees for the winter, New York. So I bought her. She picked them out. I'm stupid. I usually didn't do it, but she picked them out. I think they were like $2,000 for a pair of boots. I never did nothing stupid like that before, but she picked them out. They were some name like Ferragamo or some stupid one of them stupid names, right? And they were furry. Nope, not Uggs. This before Uggs was even a name. Uggs wasn't even in existence yet. But they were, I don't think so. If it was, we weren't rocking them yet. They were those big, full of fur all the way like you were a polar bear or whatever. But there was name. There was like some name, like Chanel. It was one of those. So it was like $2,000, whatever. So I'm just explaining it. So she had a mini skirt on. It's wintertime with those boots. So her legs short. Hair, she exotic looking, and we get out and we go to the car, we go to the dealer. I got my Navigator, we go in, and the dude run up and everything. I'm like, I pick out the Escalade, the pearly white one. I'm like, yo, I want that. So he thinking, he's like, okay, let's come inside. How's your credit? I'm like, I don't need no credit. What do you mean? We going. I'm like, here, I pull out my debit card. Here, swipe that. You're like, what do you mean swipe that? No, here's the paperwork. How is your credit? I'm like, bro, do you hear me? Swipe the card. He looked at the card and said, but this is a debit card. I said, exactly. Swipe it. He swiped the card. I paid $70,000 for Escalade on my debit card. Give it back to me. Put it in my pocket. You heard? Do up the thing. Give me my title. Hurry up, because I got to go catch the rim spot before it closed. I can't be seen in this Escalade without the rims. And the 24s was the newest rims that just dropped. So I need these 24s. Yeah, Anthony, it was really amazing. That life, the Most High allowed me to know what that feels like, I guess, before I die. It was an amazing feeling to be able to buy anything that your heart ever desired. That is an amazing feeling. But it also, with me, it made me not desire things. Another aspect of that is I got to the point where I didn't need any. That's why the really rich people, they live like they wear old clothes. They even drive an old car. Because when you get to a point, guys, that you have so much money that you can get anything you want, everything loses its value. Literally, you like, I can buy it. We want the things. The reason why we want so much is because we can't have it. It's the desire to have it. Once you get comfortable in the space, because I was rich for a while. When you first get started, that's why all the rappers and stuff, they lose their mind and spend all their money on. That's because they never had nothing. I've always had. But when I got to my apex as a multimillionaire, I realized it's all nothing. I'm good. I don't need nothing. So I stopped buying anything. I was like, I don't need nothing else. I'm good. And it's just a thing. It's a very interesting dynamic that happens that most people they're not allowed to experience. But so anyway, I'm just painting that because I want y'all to have the full picture. So me and her, we go, and they was already drooling over her, this bad Indonesian, Polynesian, black, mixed, whatever little thing, specimen, walking around, thick leg. You know, she was thick and they like, what? And they looking at her as we we get in the truck and, you know, drive all that. So this was the life. Now, so everything is at its apex, right? So I made it. Reynolds is shooting Reynolds and Star Crimes is shooting a music video for one of our Palace Mob songs. Reynolds is trying to get us to keep me and E is chilling out because E and Jody, Corey, my Hawaiian girl's cousin, they both sniffing coke a million miles an hour. Yeah, it gets old, Rainy Pal. They sniffing coke a million miles an hour. So E, because E is literally a real crackhead, but I got him not smoking crack, so he's doing coke with Jody. So, and I got to keep him off because if not, he'll end up smoking crack. So I'm keeping him kind of, long as he's staying with the coke, is better than him being out there with the crack, right? So him and Jody, they are just living the Tony Montana life. Okay, like the Scarface movie, right? Because remember, I got coke like it's the doggone Everglades, right? So they got coke for free. So they would just be Luch here, Luch. They would just, you know, they just my people were just giving them packages on the strength of me. So, and she keeping E safe out of trouble, right? As long as they stay in my presence. So they just getting high all the time. They getting high. Me and Corey, we living the rich life. We traveling and vacations and we living and going shopping and stupid, you know, we living this life. And Reynolds is like, come on, guys, let's do the music, right? Reynolds is left in the hood with Star Crimes and they just want to do music. So Reynolds is like, I want to shoot a music video, right, for one of the Palace Mob songs. So he talked Star Crimes into shooting the video, and he said, once we shoot our part, then when E and Luch see this part, they'll shoot their part. So I'm like, okay. So Star Crimes is like, yo, Luch, we need to shoot the video for Jim Jones and them for Luch. Luca Brasi wants to give it to Jim Jones and them so we can give them a video so we can get y'all song out and get these contracts signed up with our record deal with them. So I'm like, all right. So he like, yo, I'm gonna shoot the video with Reynolds and get it started, and you and E can shoot y'all parts. So cool. So Reynolds set up a music video in my hood and Parkside Projects in Hempstead. Crap, I had another clip I wanted to show y'all. I didn't set that up either. I meant to set it up. So anyway, my A+ story is when his mom's is talking, they showed the part of the parking lot. That's the parking lot that I was in. And I got a picture too of my car in that parking lot. Crap. I was supposed to show that. So good. Maybe I'll, in the next part, because I'm not going to finish this whole story tonight. So I'm going to do that on purpose. So I'm going to leave it off so I can show the receipts in the next one. Okay. So, but I'm going to tell y'all some of it. So so Star Crimes, who live in Far Rockaway, and Reynolds, who's in Hempstead, they're setting up to shoot the music video for one of the music video for Palace Mobs in Hempstead. So they're going to go through all the hoods. Terrace Avenue hood, where Method Man and them is from. My hood, Parkside Projects. Crown Heights, where Granddaddy IU is from. And all, like, they're going through all the hoods in Hempstead, shooting the scenes with all the goons, with all the bloods in every hood, because Reynolds' little buddy's blood. So Reynolds has set it up and let everybody know that they're shooting a video. So they got all the bloods in Hempstead. Everybody want to be in the music video. Y'all know how it is shooting a music video. So they setting it up. Everything is done. Now I own a carpet company. Me and Czar, the one in my story in the Bronx, where we was driving over the bridge and we was going to bust through the bridge. that story in the Bronx, Eden Wall, that story. Me and Czar, we own a carpet company. So one of his cousins do carpet, right? Lay carpet. So his cousin is the carpet master. So I'm down for any business. So we opened up a carpet company. I think it was like something DRZ, LRZ Carpet Company or something. Is our three names in the title. We got cars. And now his cousin Dow, Czar's cousin Dow, he had already been doing comedy. So he had big contracts with the rich people on Long Island, with the big mansions, these rich white people, mobsters and stuff. Whereas he got contracts to do a house, a rich mansion in Long Island. The doggone to carpet the house, he getting $30,000 to finish this house, like literally. So that's how I got into the carpet business, because he's seen that me and Czar, he was like, listen, I need partners. And he showed us the papers. I'm like, Dad. So we bought vans. So me and Czar, we bought a van and we put the stickers on the outside of the van. We got cards. We set Dow up. So Dow, he would wake up every morning and he had carpet jobs. So on this particular morning, Dow had he wanted me to go with him out in Suffolk County, Long Island, to these mansions. Not Suffolk, up by Great Neck, these rich, where they made The Wolf of Wall Street, where that movie, The Wolf of Wall Street, out there, where they made that movie at. That's where they was talking. That's who that whole story was at. That's out there, rich houses out there. So it was out there, those rich houses where The Wolf of Wall Street was at, that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. So that's a true story. That movie is a true story. All that's real. That's on Long Island. So so that morning he was like, yo, he wanted me to come with him because he was trying to secure a contract with this rich family, probably a mob family, because some of them were mobsters, you could tell. And then some of them were from the Wolf of Wall Street, those investors and stuff. So anyway, so he wanted me to come with him because I know, like, I can sell water to a whale. You know what I mean? I was a hustler. So he's like, I'm a people person. So people are going to like me because I'm a real genuine person. So they can see really what they're saying is the Most High in me. Now I know that. I didn't know that then. So I get along with no matter who it is. They end up loving me. They end up sitting me down. Can you welcome to dinner? And he like, I got a daughter who's single. Are you single? Like that type of thing, right? People love me, right? So he was like, yo, Luke, yo, Ra, he called me Ra. Like, yo, Ra, I want you to come with me so that we can, you can talk to the lady and secure, because she's interested in us getting this contract. And if we get this contract, we're going to do their house. That's going to be about $15,000. And then they got businesses and we could do the businesses. So this contract, when we fulfill it, we could probably make almost $100,000. So I'm like, oh, that's a nice contract. This is what we're doing. Carpet, right? Carpet company. So I'm set up, guys, to go with him that morning. So he gets up early in the morning. Dow be up early. His name is Dow. So Dow is like, yo, Luch, I need you. We gonna drive out there. He lived on in Lakeview on Long Island, and I lived in Farmers Boulevard. I was in Queens, me and Corey, my Hawaiian ex. So I'm like, all right, I'll meet you. I'll take, because I'm gonna take the LIE, and then he's gonna take this way, and we're gonna meet and out there going to Great Neck, and we'll meet, and then we'll drive together to the lady's house. And, I'll make this, I'll bag it, I'll get it all done because he's the worker. So in my Mercedes, in the black Benz, the one that I showed last time with me standing with all red on, and that's the one that in the club with the shootout. In the Mercedes, I always had carpet samples, like the little carpet samples, those little strips with the thick layers of carpet, the thick ones, and so I had a bunch of carpet samples in the trunk, and we had a bunch of cars for our carpet company because it was big money, right? So that morning, I was going to get up early and then meet, drive with D. And that's what I needed to do. I was staying legit. I wasn't hustling no more selling drugs. But I did have a little bit of residue left over because I had customers who were school teachers and, just like professional people who still had a habit, and they didn't want to go out in the street and get it from nobody because of their reputation. So I still had my people who wanted to be straight. So I still had just a little bit of people who just knew my personal number, right? And that story is going to come back and bite me later. That story leads to the 25 to life bid. So I had personal people who I still supplied because I didn't want them to have to try to go out in the street. So it wasn't for me to make money. It was just, I didn't want to leave my people empty. They have a habit, and these are mothers and fathers and family. These are people with houses. These are people with good careers and working doctors and nurses, RNs and stuff. They just have a drug habit. They just sniff coke. You know what I mean? It's just real life stories, guys. So I always had a little bit of coke always with me just for them. So, and I always had a stash spot in all of my cars. So whenever I buy a new car, a new Mercedes, a new truck, or anything, the first thing I'll do is find a stash spot where I could stash my drugs, and a spot where I could stash a gun just in case I get pulled over. And I'm legit though, but just in case. So I always had a stash spot. So I always had a little bit of coke for if one of them customers hit me up, I'll just go take care of them. But basically I'm not hustling no more. So nobody knows I'm hustling. Only I think I probably have like 7 or 8 of them who've been my customers for years, who got functioning. They function addicts. They don't want to be out on the street and people know their business. People don't know they get high. You see what I mean? So it's personal, right? So I'm not promoting none of this. This was my reality back then. It's not a good thing. This ain't good. This just was my life. Okay, so now I'm giving you these pieces because it's going to make sense to what happened in the story. So I already know that Reynolds is going to shoot the music video, and Star Crimes is like, yo, Luch, I want you there. Are you going to come? So I'm like, nah, I'm not coming, because my ex Corey is telling me, stop being around them, because Reynolds is going to get you in trouble, because he's still running around the hood and he's in that little blood stuff, and he run around with all those little gangbangers, and you got your whole future. You got all these businesses. The carpet company's doing good. We flipping the houses, because we got to flip the houses now, because the people are already starting to not pay their rent and messing up my houses. So I'm like, okay, we're going to get them all out. When we get them all out, we're going to re-renovate it again and just start flipping. So she like, the record label's doing good and everything. Just stay away. That's what I mean by listening to the advice of the woman. Okay. Now, so that I know that they're shooting a music video. Star Crimes is like, yo, are you coming to the video tomorrow? So I'm like, no. I'm like, I'm not coming. Just shoot it. Me and Ia shoot our scenes later. Okay, we'll shoot our scenes. So you're like, all right, cool. So now we go, me and my girl, we go to sleep in Queens. I wake up early in the morning because I got to meet Dow to go out to Great Neck, Long Island and stuff for these rich white people to try to get this carpet contract, right? So I'm up early, right? I get all done up. So now I'm up early, I'm dressed, I'm fresh. So I get up and I get everything together, and my ex, she don't have to work that day. So she's home from work. She's her day off, when her day's off. So she sleep. So I finish getting washed up in the bathroom. So I'm about to leave out, right? I'm trying to be quiet because I don't want to wake her up because she's a day off. So she like, so I'm trying to creep, you right? I'm trying to creep and walk out. And she like, Ashan. So I'm like, boy, if you walk out here without kissing me. So I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't want to wake you up, right? So I turn and I go to her and I'm like, I didn't want to wake you up, right? So then she like, no, it's okay. It's okay. I'm going to go back to sleep. So I gave her a kiss. So I was like, she was like, you going to meet Dow and y'all going to do the carpet thing, right? I said, yep. So she said, so you coming right back after that, right? I said, yeah, right? And she like, are you coming back? I'm like, yeah. She's like, please tell me you're not going to that music video with Reynolds and Star. And I'm like, I forgot she knew about it. She said, yeah, I know about it. She said, do not go to that music video. So I'm like, what? Nah, I'm not going. She's like, so go to the carpet thing, get the contract with Dow, then come back. By the time you come back, it should only take you about 3, 4, 5 hours, right? I'll be up and dressed and everything. She wanted us to go somewhere because it's a day off, right? So I'm like, okay. So she was like, all right, so you coming back, right? So I'm like, yes. She's like, so you're not going to to the music video. So I was like, no, right? I'm like, no. She's like, you sure? I'm like, yes. You sure? Yes. So she's like, all right, I'll be up when you come back from later. So I was like, okay. So gave her another kiss. I turned around. When I turned around, I went to reach for the door handle, and she said, Rajan. I turned. She said, do not go to the music video. And I was like, okay, right? All right, like you tripping. I'm not going, right? So she said, I said, all right, I'll see you later. I'm coming. Just be up when I get back. So I left. I went downstairs, because we're on the second floor in this private house. We're renting a 2-bedroom apartment in a private house. So I run down, I get in the car, and it's nice and sunny out. I got the shiny Mercedes, everything feeling all good. I'm just feeling good. I'm at the top of the world. So I go, I'm looking all good. I get in the car and my phone is blowing up. I don't know if it's a cell phone. I think we had cell phones. I don't know. I'm at 2006. We had cell phones. Yeah. So my phone is blowing up. Yeah, we have phones. That's right. So my phone is blowing up. And it's like, so I'm looking, I'm like, it's Star. I know his number. So I'm like, I am not answering this, right? So I'm like, I'm not answering this. So I could hear her head, don't go to the music video, right? I could hear it. So I'm like, I'm not answering this. So I start the car, I start driving. So now I got to drive through the back of Queens to go to the LIE, a back way in this part of Queens. It's part of Jamaica, Queens, on Farmers Boulevard. So I'm driving, phone, bang, bang. Then another one. It's Reynolds' number. It's Star number, Reynolds' number, Star number, Reynolds' number. They just bang, bang, bang. And I'm driving. And they just steady blowing me up. And I'm just like, oh. And I'm don't answer it. And they just blowing me up. Then they send in text messages. Yo, Luch, this is Star Crimes. Yo, Luch, we need you, Luch. We need you. Yo, Luch, we need you. So I'm looking. I'm like, not answering. I'm listening. Don't answer. Go straight to Dow, meet Dow. Dow's already hit me up. He's on the way. He's driving from Long Island. I'm driving from Queens. He's driving from that part of Long Island, Lakeview, and we already en route. So then they hit me up. So then I got another one. It was a text. I read the text and Star Crimes writes, yo, Luch, come on. Reynolds needs your gold chains. He needs some golds. He's naked. How he's going to shoot a music video with no gold on? And I was like, oh, crap. I'm like, he's right. How you going to shoot a music video looking like regular Andy? You got a front, right? And I'm like, oh. So then he calls and I answer it. So I'm like, hello? Yo, Luch, you can hear all the people in the background. yo, Luge, yo, Luge. He's like, I got him. You can hear people like, yo, Luge, yo, give me the phone. I'm like, oh. He like, yo, Luge, Star, like, yo, Luge, we at the video. Everybody out here. It's like, it's 1,000 people, bloods everywhere. he like, yo, it's popping. It's like in the middle of action, right? And he like, yo, Luge, I need you, Luge. So Reynolds Reynolds like, tell Luge, please, Luge, I need a chain. Luge, give me something. I need a chain. So Star like, come on, Luge. I know you don't want to be here, but Reynolds is naked. He gotta have some jewels on, some jewels. We used to call them wells, jewels. He gotta have some wells on. He naked. So I'm like, oh. So I'm like, dude, I done left the house. So Star like, Luge, do it for me. He like, I got us the deal, Luge. I got us the deal with, and I can't bring this to Jim and them. And he looking crazy. He looking empty. He like, when y'all shoot y'all scenes, y'all gonna be looking all good. Reynolds can't look empty. I'm like, ah. He said, come on, Luge. I said, listen, I'm about to head to Great Neck. I got it. He said, just do me this favor, Luge, for me, Star Crimes. Just come and drop off the chains and just go. Just drop the chains off. I'll keep the chains secure. Just drop the chains. It'll take you 5 minutes. And I'm like, all right. I'm like, he's right. He's right. This is what this is all for. We got the record deal and everything. So I said, all right, I got to turn around and go back to the house and get the chains. So I said, all right, I'm going to go back. I'm going to get the big chain and the big piece. I said, I'm going to give him a watch too, because I had an extra watch, a gold watch. I said, so he'd be straight with that. He's like, thank you, Luge. Thank you, Luge. Thank you. So I'm like, all right. So I turn around. I drive back to the apartment. Now I get to the apartment. I got to go up the steps. So now I tiptoe up the steps, right? And the steps are noisy. They creak. It's an old house. So every step, how you try to be quiet. Every step is like, I'm like, when you're trying to be quiet, the more quiet you try to be, the more noisy everything is, right? So I'm trying to creep up the steps because I don't want Corey to wake up. Because if she wake up, she's going to be like, what you doing back here, right? So I creep up the steps. I get to the top. I'm taking the key. I slowly open the door, really quiet, and it's dark. And she's there, and I'm like, okay. So I didn't carpet it, the whole thing, because remember, I own a carpet company, right? See, I own a carpet. So I didn't carpet it, the kitchen and everything. Oh, it's great. The bathroom, I had down carpet the whole entire house. So I left a part of the kitchen. I know that's the craziest thing. It looks so dope, though. It's the craziest thing in the world, but it looked crazy hot. So I left a part around the kitchen sink and stuff where it'll get wet, empty, and the bathroom. I carpeted the bathroom, the kitchen, everything, the door, the walkway. It was so dope in the thick carpet because we owned the carpet company, that $1 million carpet. It was beautiful though, really pretty green carpets and stuff. Oh, it was really beautiful. So anyway, so the whole apartment is carpeted. So when I get in, I can like tiptoe because it's thick carpet. You can't hear nothing. So I tiptoed my way around and I went around to my side of the bed and I grabbed the jewel, I grabbed the chain, I grabbed the watch and I got it and I put it stuffed in my pocket and I'm walking and then I walk and I get all the way to the door and then I hear, I see you, boy. And I'm like, she said, what you doing back here? I'm like, oh, I just forgot something. Like I forgot my watch and stuff. I got to look good. I said, I ain't have no chain either. I got to look good for the customer. I can't look like I ain't got no money. I'm lying to her. Bad. So I'm like, so she like, all right, be safe. And I'll be up when you get back. I said, okay. And then I opened the door and I opened. She said, Rashad, I said, do not go to that music video. I'm like, this girl, okay. And I closed the door, boom. And I run down the stairs. And I get in the car. Now I got to drive the other way down Farmers so I can get to the Belt Parkway to get to the Southern Parkway, Southern State. For those in Queens and Brooklyn, y'all know what I'm talking about. This is a Queens, Brooklyn, Strong Island thing, the Belt Parkway. So I got to take Farmers up to get to the Belt Parkway to jump on the Southern State and get to Hempstead. Before I was taking the other way to take the Long Island Expressway from the other part of Queens to go to Great Neck. Okay, this is a New York thing, guys. So I head out there. So I hit them up. I'm like, yo, I'm on my way. So they like, we on the Heights. We on the Heights. Heights is where Granddaddy Yahshuah at. So he like, we on the Heights. He said, after we wrap up here, we go on the Parkside. We're gonna shoot a scene on Parkside, my project. But now they on Granddaddy Yahshuah hood. They just left Terrace Avenue hood where Method Man is from and Rock Marciano. So I'm like, all right. So I go and I meet them on the Heights. So I get there. I'm like, all right, I'm here. Where y'all at? They're like, we on Union Ave, the main strip. So I pulled the new Benz. So I got the new black 500 Benz. This before there's no rims on it, before the chrome rims on it. They got the factory, but the Benz is so brand new that the factory rims is hot. You know what I mean? It's just hot, right? So I pull. They on Union, they buy the store and they buy a thing, and it's mad. Everybody's out there for a music video. So everybody from the Heights. So I pull the new Benz up. Now, most people in Hempstead ain't seen my new black Benz. So they know the Escalade, they knew the ML, they knew certain trucks and cars they ain't seen. But this is new, brand new. They ain't never seen it. So when I pull the black Benz up, everybody like, yo, who that? And they're like, that's Rashawn. So when I get out, all my OG goons out there on the Heights, they like if a Granddaddy Yahshuah would have been out there, he would have been one that's out. That's his hood. He would have been like, Rah, you got a new one? So everybody came running up like, yo, this is the new 500, the new E, when the E made the new 500 shape and all. They was like, yo, everybody looking at the car. I'm like, yo, this is crazy, Rah. So they call me Rah, right? So I like wait till I put the rims on and everything, right? So now, our crimes in them, they had just finished shooting the video. They had just finished. Now, there's pieces to this story, guys, that's gonna blow your mind. That's gonna add up in this whole case that the state of New York has against me to give me my 15 to life. So, unbeknownst to me, they already shot their scene on the Heights, but there was some people, some young thugs that were jealous of Reynolds shooting. They jealous of a Parkside dude on the Heights. Reynolds is able to shoot it like that because Star Crimes is from the Heights too. He live in Far Rockaway now, and they know me. Reynolds is shooting it for my label, so I got the OG love, and plus Reynolds of blood. But Reynolds, you know, they're still setting on him, but he can go places. But so unbeknownst to me, there's some little thugs there who are jealous. Let me see, should I tell y'all this part? Because I don't want to give away pieces. No. So just remember there's things going on that I don't know. I'm driving up into the midst of some BS. But what did Corey tell me, guys? I know all the women, I know all y'all collectively, like she told you, do not go to the music video, right? I know all the women collectively are saying that. So I don't know this. So I pull up. So everybody's out there. They already then shot the scenes. So everybody, so I'm giving all my thugs from the Heights love, Big Greasy, Big Pooch, Saquon, everybody out there. Only one out there is Granddaddy Yahshuah, but everybody out there, all my high school, everybody like, yo, Russell, the little young goons looking like, oh, this is that Rashawn. They heard about me or something, or they know my little son, Lil Ra. Remember Lil Rod, the story with Lil Rod? When we running, Lil Rod grew up to be a thug. Lil Rod grew up to, y'all got some story. Lil Rod grew up to have his own thug thizzle. He put his own thug down. I'm like, this little boy is bad. Rod was no joke. The one that I was running with him in my arms in that story. All right. So those little young dudes like, oh, that's probably Rashawn father, Little Rod. He done got his own name. They're like, that's Rashawn father. Like, you know what I mean? That type of thing. I'm that dude now. I'm Rashawn father to the little thugs. Right? So anyway, we out there, everybody talking about the whip and everything. So Star Crime's like, all right, while we out. So we shooting the last scene. We saved Parkside for last, because that's where we from. So he's like, all right, everybody pile up in the cars. We about to head to Parkside. They shot this scene on the Heights. This is very key to this story that's going to tie into everything, guys. So when I pulled off from the house from Queens, when I got my chains, I usually I got a little bit of drugs just in case one of my customers, well, me and Corey out, whatever, I always keep it just in case I can take care of my customers, the ones who function and who got day jobs, who don't want to be out there. So, but I would always stash, and nobody do this. This is just stories. This is just my past. This is not, it didn't end well. All right. So I would stash the drugs in its stash spot where nobody would find it. They can almost rip this whole car apart and they'll never find it. But now, guys, everyone listen clearly. Everything I'm telling y'all is things that the Most High is setting up. I did not know this was going to be a 4-hour one tonight. All of these things are things that the Most High is setting in place. I don't know this shit. I learned this later when he played it all back to me. This is the beginning of my end. Remember though, guys, I said though, I'm at the top of the world. I'm a multi-millionaire. I got everything that you can ever desire. Like that's why I say, guys, I was a rich young ruler. For those in my ministry, y'all know what I'm talking about. The rich young ruler. And that's why I said I gave it back. Okay, now, that'll come out later. So anyway, listen clearly, guys. So when I left the house, I was like, okay, crap. I need to pull my drugs out of the stash spot because I know that Reynolds and them are going to want weed. Okay? Because I used to sell weed too. So I already know he's going to, when they him starting, yo, Luge, we need some weed, right? So this is what I did. I was like, I need to move my drugs out of the stash spot because this the new bins. Because nobody knows where this stash spot is. Nobody's ever been in it beside my girl. Nobody's ever been in this car and seen where I'm going to reach at to get this drugs from. And some of the other cars, they seen it slightly because I would make sure I would tell them to turn their heads or something like that or something as I reach. So nobody knows nothing. So I don't want nobody to even have an idea about no stash spot in this new bins. So I'm like, let me take it out now and put it in my glove compartment so that when I'm at the music video and I give them the change, I could just give them some weed because I know that's what they're going to want. I know they're going to want some bags of weed and then I can bounce. So I take the drugs. So I would have it in a ball. It wasn't a lot, but I would put a lot of baggies, the clear baggies, the sandwich bags. I would stuff a lot so that the ball would be this big so that when I stuff it into my stash spot, I could still grab it out, right? And I'm not going to tell y'all about it because I don't want nobody to be trying to do this thing, right? So I had weed in there and a little bit of the coke in there. It wasn't a lot. It was probably all together. The coke probably added up. If you take all the little 20s together, maybe be like 2 grams, 3 grams, just, 8 ball. If those who know what that is, 8 for whatever. So just about 3 grams, not a lot, not much, just enough, little couple of 20s and stuff to give to my customers if they needed it, right? So, but I'm not hustling. I'm just doing that just to take care of them. So I'm legit, right? This is the last bit of it. Once I finish this brick, because I'm at the end of that brick. Once that brick is gone, I'm never gonna buy no more. So now my customers, I'm gonna tell them, y'all gotta find somewhere else. Sorry, I'm just totally out. I'm totally going legit. Now listen clearly, everyone. Look at how the Most High is setting this up. I'm about to be done with everything totally legit and got all the businesses. I'm in the world and of the world, right? I'm in the world and of the world. So I take the drugs and I put it in my what's the name? In my glove compartment in the middle, right? So now I'm on the heights. We're on the heights, right? Okay, fast forward back. Everybody say we wrap up. Star Crimes got a Ford Probe. That's when they had the little Ford Probe, burgundy one with a hatchback. And they got some other people got cars. So everybody's getting in their cars to drive from the heights to Parkside to shoot the next scene. So I was about to I'm gonna give Reynolds the chains, right? The chain and the watch, and give everybody that, and I'm ready to leave to go to the corporate company, right? Which I wish I would have did. Okay. But then Star Crime and Reynolds came up like, Luch, please. It was like, please just shoot one scene with us. So they was like, we going to Parkside, Luch. How are we going to shoot a scene at Parkside Projects, your projects, and you not there? And we need the bins in the video, Luch. That's Star. You're like, Luch, you got this shiny black brand new 500. This the new one. Nobody got this car. We need this in the video, Luch. And I'm like, they right. Right? Again, they're right. So I'm like, all right, this is what I'm going to do. We're going to go to Parkside. I'm going to shoot one scene. Soon as we get there, shoot my scene. Soon, because I know Dow already hitting me up. Dow already like, where you at? So I'm like, crap, dude. I'm like a half an hour late. Because it's going to take me 20 minutes, 30 minutes to drive from Hempstead to Great Neck. Right? So he like, oh, crap. So he like, I'm going to go to get me something to eat from like a Waffle House or a Denny's or whatever. I don't know what they had back then in 2006. But he's like, I'm going to go. He's like, you coming? I said, I'm definitely coming. I said, I'm setting them up with this music video on Parkside. Soon as I'm be there, I'll be there in about a half an hour. So Dow's like, all right, I'm lying because I know it's going to take about an hour because I got to still go shoot a scene, right? So now I told him I'm going to go shoot one scene and then I'm out. So I'm going to get you, as soon as we pull up there, make Reynolds rap. He's going to say his rap. We're going to, you got the car, got the car in the scene and I'm out. So everybody say, okay, everybody posse up. We about to drive to Parkside, to the projects to shoot the scene. I go to go in my car, which I pulled up by myself, and Reynolds come up and like, Luch, I want to ride with you. That has relevance to this story. I want to ride with you. I'm like, all right. He like, but I got two of my mans with me. Can they get in the car? I'm like, all right. So he like, yo, Luch, this is I forgot his name. Start with an F. This is Fritz or something, Fats or something. He from Freeport and his man. And they all red blood. They're bloods. These young 18-year-olds. They all blood. So they in all red. Remember, we're in a music video, so everybody's dressed for a music video. So they say, what up? And they get in my car. Everyone, remember that. Remember what I just said. It's going to have much key later importance. So we get in my car. I get in the car. Reynolds get in the front. The two dudes that I just met from Freeport get in the back, little blood dudes. And we all pull off as an entourage. And we're headed to Parkside. Little did I know, soon as we pulled off from the heights and went up and turned. When we turned, and someone told me this later, just this fact, when we turned the corner, a whole brigade of police turned. So we went up Union, went up, and then we turned as an entourage. As soon as we turned, back where I came from, the police turned this corner, 9,000 cop cars rained down. Like, they told me later, soon as you turn, they came. So we just missed it. Okay. Now, we turn and we just driving in the entourage. I'll tell y'all later what happened with the cops there that came to the music video that they were shooting before I got there. Okay. So now we drive as an entourage. We drive to Parkside. Reynolds was already on the phone telling everybody over there we're on our way to shoot the scene on Parkside. We pull up into the Adams Court projects where A+ live. If y'all watch the video, we'll be in A+ with the wine dance story where the cops had me trying to kill me for little A+. And his mother told the story. That parking lot, I'm going to show it on part 2. When I finish the story, I'm going to show y'all the parking lot and show y'all my car when we were shooting the video, the day of it. So I got a picture. So we pull up, and the Shacks is right here, projects, and then A+, you pull up and you pull into the parking lot. And my Parkside projects is on the other side. So when we turn the corner on Peninsula to pull up, to go up out of Shacks, all I see was like 300 people, all goons and blood red. It was red everywhere you could look. It was not everybody in red, Blood City, because it's a music video. So Reynolds then set up all his little, remember Reynolds is only 18 years old. So he just set up all the little bloods that he could find to come to this music video shoot. So we pull up and I'm like, woo, it's lit. Reynolds like, yeah, this scene gonna be popping. You know I had to show out for Parkside. So we pull in. All the cars come into the parking lot. And then I'm gonna show y'all in the next story the picture of the parking lot so y'all can see exactly what I'm talking about. So we pull the cars and we pulled in. Yeah, New York, we ain't got no Waffle House. It was definitely, I don't know what it was, IHOP or something. It definitely wasn't no Waffle House. So we pull the cars into the, like, so let's say, I'm gonna point it this way. It's parking spaces like this. So we pull each car like this. And Reynolds' mother had came, Reynolds' mom. So Reynolds is young, so his mom is probably my age, right? A little older, right? But she was like from the streets. His mom was like a crackhead, but I think she may be a former crackhead, but she was like a hustler from the streets. So his mom, I liked his mom, and she had mad kids, but she maintained, they had a house. So his mom was a G, and she respected my G. She loved me. She called me like Luch. So she like, always take care of my son. Thank you so much, because we was getting his son out the hood and her whole family, getting him a record deal, right? So his mom was there too, and she had an old raggedy minivan, and she pulled up next to me. So we got out, we pulled into the car. I backed my car in. I always back in. I learned that because if something go down, I want to be able to go out. That's another tip for everybody that's in the hood. Always back in so you can get out. All right. So I backed my car in. So if something went down, I can get out. Right. So we pull up, it's mad goons everywhere. Blood red everywhere. So we pull up. So my car here, Star car here, everybody car here. Star Crime's car was about 4 cars down. His probe was like here. My car's here. My car's here, another car's here, another car's here, another car's here, Star Crime's here, down here. Reynolds' mom parked her van next to me. So we get out or whatever. Reynolds' mom's come running up. She gives me a big hug. Right? I haven't seen her in a long time. So we everything. So they like, all right. So Star Crowns get out. He got the camera and everything. They get out. So they ready to shoot the scene, right? So good. I got a good stopping point too. Good stopping point. So they ready to shoot the scene. So they get out. So they all the goons, everything. So Reynolds is saying the rap part. So I put the chain on Reynolds. So Reynolds starts shooting the scene. So I'm standing over there talking to his mother, right? So his mother, I'm talking to his mother. She's like, how you doing? I'm all right. I'm like, yes, you're doing good. So good. He did everything. So she like, yeah. So she like, my car is leaking oil, right? She like, my car is leaking oil. So she said, see, and I look and it was dripping all the things. She said, I got oil, right? She said, I got oil. She said, do you know how to put it in? So I'm like, yeah, I know how to put it in. I said, I got you. I said, before I leave, I'll help you out. I put the oil in. She's like, thank you, Luch. You was like, I love you, Luch. I'm like, you know what I mean? So we just talking. So Reynolds shooting his scene, right? Him and his boys. They got out of my car. So now they all shooting the scenes, right? So then they say, all right, Luch, we want you to shoot the scene now. So I go up and they like, so Star Crown's like, okay, Luch, this is what we're gonna do. We want to put the car in this scene. We want y'all to get in the car and y'all gonna pull up. We're gonna act like the car is pulling up. I'm gonna film y'all pulling up and you park and then y'all get out and rap coming towards the camera while I back up. So I'm like, oh yeah, that'll be dope, right? So I'm like, you know what? Forget us pulling out. We're just gonna get in the car and you just film us and we just open the doors and get out. Don't worry about driving. Because I gotta go. Dow is hitting me up, guys. Dow was like, dude, Luch, I'm at this people's house. I'm waiting. And it's still gonna take me a half an hour. So I'm lying to Dow, like, okay, I'm like 15 minutes away. I'm 50, like, I'm bad. I'm lying to him. And, and I'm like, just stay there, Dow, just stay there, right? And I know I'm thinking about how Corey would kill me if she would knew this was happening, right? So I'm like, all right. So they shoot the scene, right? We get in the car. So we do the same thing. Me, Reynolds, and this has bearing to the story, and the two dudes who rode in me from Freeport. This has bearing to the story. So we all get in the car. So Star Crime shoot the video. We open the car doors, the music playing, doom, 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 ding, ding, dun, dun, dun. We get out and Reynolds rapping. So we come around the car and we start walking towards the camera. So he's rapping, saying his verse, and I'm just walking next to him, looking, screwing the camera. He got my big chain on with the big piece. He got, he looking like $1 million. We got the shiny black Benz. I'm like, oh yeah, this was needed. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, Star Crown's looking like, yeah, Luch, this is it, right? So we walking up, everything all good. You got all the bloods all around. So he's scanning the scenery is bloods with, with masks over their eyes. They got the bandanas up to here. They got bandana, all the bloods, like rags around their head tied to the side, like, everybody, like, it's just looking good. The projects, it's like, yeah, a bunch of hundreds of people. It's like, yeah, this is official. It was looking real good, guys. It was popping. That would have been a popping music video on YouTube back in 2006. And guys, 2006 is the year YouTube was released. So imagine how big we would be. We would be multimillionaires. We'd be one of the biggest rap groups in the world. Facts. So they I'm like, as he's shooting, I'm like, yeah, this was definitely needed. I get it. He right. So we shooting, he walking, everything. He finished his verse, bang. Star Khan's like, yes, that's it. I'm like, yeah, that was dope. He like, thank you, Luch. So I'm like, all right. I'm out. Right? So I'm like, I'm out. So I'm like, yo, Reynolds, give me that. I might as well take the chain now because the music video finished. So give me the chain, give me the watch, right? So I take the chain, I take the watch. So then Star Crimes is like, thank you, Luch. Thank you, you my boy. Thank you so much. So I'm like, all right, no doubt. So I turn around and I'm like, all right, I gotta go, right? So now, wait till you see KD. Wait till the story play out with the story. Wait till part 2 when I tell everything that happened. So the oh, it's even funnier than that, KD. Wait till you hear this story. So I turn around. So now I'm like, okay, I gotta go, right? So now I'm rushing. So I take off. So I'll just run. I literally run to my car. So I run to the bins. I open the door. I get in. I throw it in reverse. I'm about to peel out. Reynolds' mother stops the car. Luch. I'm like, huh? Could you please put the oil in my car, in the van? And I'm like, oh, crap. I'm like, oh, I gotta go, but she's a black woman, you know? I like his moms. His moms is dope, you know? And I got a good heart, you know what I mean? We gotta help our people, you know? So I was like, okay. So I put the car in park. I open the door. I get out. I said, she got the thing open. She got a minivan with the engine in front. So I go to the front, one of them old Ford vans. So I go to the front, and this thing is smoking and raggedy, a hoopty van. So I'm like, all right, you got the oil? She said, I got the funnel. So she go give me the funnel all oily. I'm like, give me a rag. She give me a rag. I'm getting all dirty and everything. So I take the funnel. She give me the oil. I take the thing off because she couldn't even find where the thing was. That's why she needed my help, because she was going to do it. She was trying to do it. That's why the thing was up. But she said, Luch, I can't find it where the oil hole is to put the oil in. So I know about cars. Like I said, I could put an engine in the car. So I'm looking. I said, all right, there we go. So I take the cap off everything. I'm like, all right, give me the funnel. She give me the funnel. I take the oil. And I pour it in. Goo, 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 right? It's all done, everything. I take another one. She got another one. She got 3. Take another one. 3, because she's burning oil. So, you run all your oil out, right? So I put 3 quarts in, everything. I check the dipstick. I'm like, all right, you good, right? So she's like, all right, thank you so much, Lou. So I wipe it all down, close it all up, close the hood. Boom. So I wipe my hand off as much as I can. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll wash my hands when I get to these people's house. So I said, thank you, Lou. She give me a big hug, right? I hug her. She said, love you, Lou. I love you too. So I turn to go to my car. And when I turn to go to the bins, I hear, woo! And you just look, and all you see is woo! You see cop cars, just flowing into the parking lot. Woo, 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 just cop cars. Then you hear helicopters. Then you hear on the side street, Lowell, where the projects is, cop cars jumping out. Freeze! They coming from this way. The helicopters come from this way. They flooding in through the parking lot from this way. They coming. It's the whole brigade. It's the army. They is just like, freeze! They come in. They run from the other side around the back side of the shot of the A+ projects, where you go out to go around projects and go to the park. They coming from all areas. Freeze! And everybody like, put your hand free. It's just a million cops, all guns drawn. Everybody put your hands up. So everybody like, so I'm standing right at my car. like this. And everybody's like, I'm like, crap. I would have been gone. I would have been gone. What's going through my head right now was Corey. Rashawn, don't go to the music video. Y'all finding out now how this 25 to life stuff started. I was at the top of my peak of all of my existence in my life. Only thing kept saying was, don't go to the music video. I just kept hearing it. Don't go to the music video. Don't go to the music video. So they like, freeze. So they all come up. So they come from everywhere. So everybody, so they walk up, and then they have, I'll never forget, they had everybody, they had captains with the gold shields and stripes, sergeants and stuff, right? So they had all them out there, right? So they come up, so they freeze everybody, like nobody moves. So then they come up, and I remember the captains and the ones with the stripes and sergeants and stuff, they come up. So they like, all right, who's shooting this music video? So they already see Style Crimes. He got the camera, right? It's like, you. So I'm like, officer. And like I said, this is my artist. I own a record label called Platinum Palace. I said, so we're shooting a music video for my artist. His name is Reynolds Rap. This is his mom right here. See? So I'm letting them know, like, there's nothing going on, because there was nothing going on, guys, right? Little that I knew, right? So I'm like, there's nothing going on. So he's like, oh, okay, is this your label? Yeah. So he said, all right, you come here, because they made everybody freeze. So I walk up to him, this the captain with the gold stripes, everything. So I'm talking, he said, okay, so yeah, so this is your music label? So I'm like, yeah. I'm like, this is my label. And so he like, oh, okay. He said, yeah, so we got a call. He said, we got a call that there was guns brandished at the music video. So I said, I'm like, nah, ain't no guns here. I'm like, ain't nobody got no guns? He said, no. Yeah, there was a call. Y'all just left the Heights. He said, there was guns shown on the Heights, and we got an anonymous call that there was guns on Union Street at a music video. Later on, guys, I find out one of those little thugs on the Heights was jealous of Reynolds. They called the police when we was on the Heights before I got there. So unbeknownst to me, I'm gonna give y'all some back details. Unbeknownst to me, before I got there and pulled up on the Heights where I first met them, they had already shoot the music video scenes. They had pulled out guns in the music video on the Heights. I wasn't there, so I know nothing about this. By the time I pulled up, they had already finished it. One of the young thugs on the Heights, jealous, called the police and said, we got guns on Union on the Heights. They're shooting a music video. They got guns everywhere. Yeah. Some street snitch stuff, Anthony. Yeah. Facts. Now, I don't know nothing about it. So now this captain dude with all the gold stuff, he telling me, he's like, so yeah, there was guns brandished on the Heights. He said, so we here to find the guns. So I said, well, I don't know. I said, I got to the Heights, but when I got there, the music video was finished being shot. So I don't know nothing about it. He said, well, this is what we're going to do. He said, y'all, I'm going to have you. He said, you with the camera, you the rapper, you, all y'all right here. I want y'all to sit down on the, sit right here on the curb, right, where we parked the car. He said, we're gonna look for the guns. We're gonna search these cars, and if we don't find the guns, then everybody can, yes, haters, Abriyah, then everybody can go, free, whatever. Everybody can go, about your business. So I'm like, okay, I don't know nothing about no guns, right? So he take us and he sits us down on the curb, right? So then we sitting down on the curb in between, because each car park is a space in between. We park separate like that, big space in between. So all the goons and everybody's out there. So everybody is still kind of, dudes don't respect the police in the hood. You know what I mean? So dudes in the hood is like, man, F the police. You know what I mean? Dude, these young bloods, they don't care. They like, man, F the police. Get out of here. You know what I mean? So I'm like, dude, they're making it worse. You know what I mean? So I'm looking at Reynolds, and Reynolds' little brother name is Rebel. And Rebel is a goonie. He's a little more goonie than Reynolds, right? Rebels he's about that more than Reynolds. So I looked at Rebel. I'm like, yo, Rebel. I'm like, yo, tell these little bloods to chill out. You know what I mean? So he's like, yo, I got you, Luce, because Rebel always listen to me. So I'm like, yo, Rebel, tell these little goons. So Rebel was like, yo, chill out, right? So guys, they throw gang signs so good that they can talk a language with their fingers. I never learned it. It's actually a marvel to see. They literally can have a whole conversation going like this. And they know exactly what they're saying. That thing is beautiful to me. It looked like, I'm like, wow, the things that we can do, the people of the book, the things that we can do in our captivity, right? If it would just be harnessed for good, you know what I mean? We could we are the creators on this earth. All right, now, so Rebel is like, yo, and he's throwing up, like telling them to chill out and stuff, right? So they throwing stuff back, they doing that stuff, right? And they be having I done seen this so many times. Like, Riddles, teach me. He be trying to teach me. I was like, man, I ain't gonna, my brain was too old for this now. I can't learn this stuff. When I was young, I probably would have learned it fast, right? So anyway, and they did it in North Carolina too. They be like, right? So anyway, so he doing all that, right? So the cops, the gold dude and the other sergeant dude, they were cool because they wanted to keep the peace. So I told him, he was like, yo, he's like, he said, the fact that, see, he never knew me. All right, this is another thing, guys. I've been out of the hood for so long and undercover that these new cops don't know me. I've been that low key. But I used to run the whole thing. I ran the Heights, I ran Parkside, I ran Terrace, and we supplied, but no one knew. But the hood knew. But at this point, I've been so removed that all these new generation cops, they don't know me at all. The older cops know me. Puma and them, they know my reputation. But this cop never saw me before, ever. So this cop said, he said, the fact that, first of all, the fact that you got this brand new Mercedes in this parking lot on Parkside with all these young crazy bloods who be killing people every day, and you got this chain, because I got my chains on because I took it from Reynolds. So I got all my wells on. He like, the fact that you are here with this, because nobody else got nothing on, guys, just so y'all know. Nobody else got no big chains and stuff on. He like, the fact that you're here with all this on and you got this car here and you ain't dead, that means I know you control this whole thing. He was right. He was smart, right? So he was like, this was the captain do. He said, this is what we're going to do. He said, if you keep everybody peaceful, right, we're going to look for the guns. And as long as we don't find what we're looking for, we out of here. And y'all can go ahead. I was like, all right, I got you. So I liked the captain dude. He was cool. White cop too. White guys, right? So all white people ain't bad, right? So he was cool. So he's like, all right, he said, so this is what we're going to do. Y'all have a seat over there and we're going to look, right? So then when he sat us down to have the seat, the doggone thugs around in the crowd, they started to act up. F the police. F y'all. Get out of here. We're a cop. 187 and clap a cop. And I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm like, no, dude. no, like chill out, guys. They want to leave. So I look at Rebel. So I'm like, yo, Rebel, like help me, like help us. A Rebel, like, yo, chill out. Whatever, he throwing his hand signs, right? So they so they they talking back to Rebel. So some of the young goons I know, I was like, so they started to get restless. They started to be like, yo, F that, rush the police, rush them. And I'm like, no, they about to start a riot, guys. So I'm like, no way. So I'm like, I stood up, right? So I stood up and I'm like, yo. So I'm like, yo, KK, yo, chill out, right? So I know certain the little thugs who run the other little thugs. So I'm like, yo, KK, chill out. So I'm like, yo, chill out. So y'all chill out. So we trying to make them chill out. So then they just, I don't know, you can't, they just started to like, they set it on the cop. Like they started to like a crowd, it started to rumble. And so when that happened, the captain and the lieutenant who was standing there with me, who was keeping, they took off. All the cops ran into the crowd because they kind of set it on one of the police officers or something. And they took off. So all the cops converged to the crowd over by where Czar door was, right? To where Czar door was in the Adams Court project. So all the cops ran up to there. So I was like, oh, crap. Now I'm standing up. So I'm like, crap, dude. And all of a sudden I hear, woo! And I look, and it's this black cop car, a black Crown Victoria, all black with black tinted windows, black everything. It just woo, pull into the parking lot, woo, up, because when you go up, it's like a up ramp. And it went so fast, it like a flew up the ramp type of thing. It's like, woo, and it pull in. And I look. Now, me, Reynolds, Star, everybody, his mom, all of us who are right here where the cars are, and the ones who are sitting down, we're all here, but all the rest of the crowd is over there. And all the police are over there. Everybody's focused over there. The chaos over there. So this cop car pulls in, this detective car, and we looking. And I'm like, who? And it pulls up and it stops. And the door's open. And the driver's door, a black cop get out. He looked probably young, like an undercover, probably like he the one who go undercover in the project, setting people up in other projects, like acting like he's just a regular black to get a drug deal or acting like a crackhead, like one of those young black cops you won't know as a cop. So he get out. So I'm look. Now I don't know these cops because I've been in the hood and I've been hustling low key so much that I ain't been have no. They don't know me. I don't know them. Only the OG cops know me. I don't know this new set, and they don't know me, right? So he get out. I look at him. And I just sense bad news. And then the passenger door opens. And this little cop get out. He about 5'1", 5'0", white cop. He gets out. He slams the door. He turns the corner of the car. And he looks. And his face is blood red, right? Like red. And he says, who mother effing car is that? And I looked at him and I looked at my Benz and I looked back and I was like, oh boy, it's on. I just sensed it. This is bad. And he started walking and he started beelining straight to my car. He said, who mother effing car is this in my mother effing hood? This is my projects. This is my hood. Who got this Mercedes in my mother effing hood? And I'm like, oh my goodness. And he starts walking to the car. And I said, excuse me, sir. I said, excuse me, sir. Remember I told you in the other story? You always talk nice to the police. You need to get yourself out of the situation. 99% of the times you'll get out of the situation. So I said, excuse me, officer. Excuse me, sir. Officer. I said, that's my car. I said, I am the owner of the record label who's shooting me. He said, that's your car? Shut the F up. Shut the F up, Igga. Woo! I was like, woo. When he said that, I was like, whoa. And I looked and I'm like, this dude just called me an Igga, but a whole black cop is with him. I'm like, yo, like, what the? So he's like, oh, who you? He said, who? And he said, who the F are you? Oh, you in my hood? Who you? And then I seen Rebel. Rebel got mad. And Rebel stood up. And Rebel was like, yo, F you. Like, who you think you? And I said, yo, chill, Rebel. And I said, stop. And Rebel stopped. And Rebel's dipped in all red too, blood. So when Rebel stopped, the cop looked at Rebel and he looked at me. And he said, who the F are you? What he was saying, how don't I know you and you got enough pull to stop this little young blood in his tracks? You see? To stop the little young blood right in his tracks. Who? He looked and I knew it was over there. He said, who the F are you in my hood? And I was like, I am nobody. I said, listen, I'm an older person. I'm an elder. I said, I come from the Parkside Projects. I said, I'm a business owner. I own businesses in North Carolina. And I said, I own a carpet company. I said, you don't know me because I'm older. I've been away. I don't live here anymore. I said, Puma and them knew me. Hackett knew me. The captain, I started naming the old captains. I said, Big Donald, the one who, because he's now a lieutenant. I said, Big Donald know me from Bradley Park and everything. And he said, shut the F up, Igga. This my hood. He said, you don't own Ish. You don't own. I said, yes. I said, I do. I said, if you, in my trunk, I have carpet samples. I said, I have carpet samples in my trunk. I have cards. I own a carpet company. I own the regular. You don't own Ish, Igga, shut your. I'm like, oh, this dude, I can't stop this dude. I can't stop him. He like, oh yeah. He said, we're gonna see how much you own. Big shot, mother effer. He started going to the car. He started opening the door. I said, yo, you can't open my car. Like, you can't. He said, I could do whatever the L I want. I could do whatever the F. And I'm like, yo. So now I'm like, yo, I'm looking for the captain. You know, my friend, the nice guy. So I'm like, where's the captain? Because this dude is doing all this, but they in a whole mess over there. It's a whole commotion. All the cops are over there. So nobody's over there with us but these two detectives and us. And he like, yeah, this my mother effing car. He started going in the car. I'm like, you can't. And he just started ripping my car apart. Now listen clearly, guys. He started to just go through, yeah, Anthony, a real life Pac-Man. He started to just go through the car. So I'm like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, you ain't gonna never find my stash. Y'all remember? I was like, you ain't gonna never find my stash. He could and then I remembered, it's not in my stash. Remember, I took it out the stash and I put it in my glove compartment to give the weed to Reynolds and them so they won't have to see where I stashed it. And I'm like, the drugs is in my glove, is in my thing. So, yeah, he was bullied in school. So, but in the E-Class Mercedes, now it's older. This is a 2000 2005. Okay, so the year is 2006. So remember, I always wait 1 year. Remember that, guys? I don't do the brand new because you lose $10,000 driving off the lot, right? So no, KD kids. So the beginning of the story, I just put it, because remember, I was just supposed to go up, give them my chain, and pull off. And I was going to give them the weed and everything. I knew, yeah, this was all planned, KD, by the Most High. This was all supposed to happen. All this is the Most High's plan to change my life, KD, to who's talking to you right now. Okay, so you'll learn that when these stories really play out. So, and I learned that when I was in jail for all this stuff. He showed me everything. So but guys, in the new, and so if you got a 2005, I don't know what year that started, but I know it's the 2005 Series E Class 500 Mercedes. The glove, the middle console, when you drive, you put your arm, there's 2 levels to it. There's one that just a secret button that pops, that you click, and it goes like this. Doop. It's the 2 leather things open, and it opens up like this, right? Then there's another one inside of it. So it opens up like this, but then if you take your hand and you wiggle around, you got to know where it's at. It's another button where when that thing opens, it's another button, and another thing opens, like a secret hatch in it, and another thing opens. So it's 2 in 1. So I put it in the second one, not in the first one when you open. So the cop came, he's ripping my car apart. And he's like, he can't find nothing, right? So he's going through. So then he searched the car. So then I'm like, I told you I don't got nothing, right? So then he's like, now I'm not going to give it away, but there's more to the story. I'm not going to give it away. So he's persistent, right? So he goes back to the car again. He like, no, I know it's something in here. So then he goes back and he keeps messing with the glove compartment thing, right? So I'm like, I'm watching him. I'm like, no. So he's messing around, and then he hits the button, and it goes boop, and the 2 leather things split open. And I had my glasses. I had these Versace glasses. They were like $500. I only bought them because I was trying to look older. So I started locking. This is when I started to put locks in my hair, and I started to wear linen suits because I was trying to look older, because young girls were always attracted to me. Look at me now. I'm 99,000 years old, right? Look how young I look. So imagine me 20, 30 years ago. I look like a kid. So I would get young 15, 16, 17-year-old girls always trying to kick it to me. So I tried to look older. I was put locks in because the corn rolls. I was like, maybe it's the braids. So I bought Versace frames and I wore linen suits and none of it worked, but that was the time. So I had Versace glasses in the thing. So when he opened it up, my Versace's was in there. So so now when it opened, I was like, now I'm like, oh my goodness. Okay, he don't know where the other secret button is. And another compartment open, the drugs is there. So he looking in, he took the glasses. He's like, oh yeah, these gonna be mine. Right? So I'm like, oh, this dude. So he put the glass down. He's throwing everything too, guys. So he's messing my car up. So everything he's messing up, he's throwing in and like making my car a mess, right? Brand new Mercedes. So he finished. He got all my doors open. The front doors open, the back doors open. So he's red. He is just like, I know you got drugs in there. I know you got drugs in there. And I'm like, dude, just chill out, my dude. We like, it's okay. It's okay. Like, we just shooting a music video. I'm not a bad guy. I kept saying, I'm not a bad guy. I'm a good guy. He's like, shut up, Igga. Shut up. And I'm like, oh, this dude keep calling me the N-word. I'm looking at the black cop like, dude, are you gonna do something about this? Like, what is going on, right? So then he goes, oh, I'm getting in that trunk. So I'm like, well, there's carpet samples in the trunk. I said, I told you I own a carpet company. You don't own ish, nigga. You don't own no carpet company. You don't know nothing. You're a drug dealer. You're a slime. You're this. And I'm like, so he goes to the back and I'm like, dude, I will open it for you because Mercedes got a lot of tricky stuff, guys. Mercedes make their cars where if you don't know your Mercedes, you won't know how to get into stuff. For expensive Mercedes, it's like that. You got to learn the car. They teach you how to work the car. So I'm like, dude, like, stop. I don't want you messing my car up. You putting fingerprints all over my black. It's all shiny black. I'm like, dude, stop touching on my car and all that, right? So I'm like, dude, I'll open the trunk. You ain't opening nothing. So he back there forever. He can't get it. I'm like, well, good. I ain't gonna open it now. You don't want to open it? I ain't gonna open it, right? So he back there messing around. So I'm still, guys, looking for the captain to come back. Because I know if the captain come back, I can stop all this mess, right? Because the captain was cool. So I'm like, Captain, right? I'm like, Captain, but they can't hear me because they're so far away and chasing people and all the thugs. They're doing all type of, they're arresting people and it's a whole mess going over there with the young bloods, right? These little young thugs. So I'm like, Captain, please come back. Like, this dude is violating me, right? So then he messes with the trunk, and he finally get it open. Boom! And the trunk go up. Boom! So the trunk went up. He looked, it's full of carpet samples, right? And I go, see? I told you. And he looked at me, and that made him even more mad. He looked at me and said, shut the F up! And he took the carpet samples and started flinging them in there. This little red, mad, nutty midget man that used to get bullied, he started flinging the carpet samples. I'm like, dude. And then I remember Daryl. I literally remember Daryl. I'm like, crap. Daryl is waiting at me. Oh, man, that's really bad. I'm like, so he flew all the carpet samples everywhere, right? So I'm like, oh, this dude. So he just started emptying my trunk. Now, guys, in the trunk, I had a whole bag of tapes. I had a big video camera. It was a Sony camera. No, the Panasonic XHDV1 something. And it was the camera that I used to shoot for our DVD series, Platinum Palace TV, and to shoot our music videos. So I had all the tapes for all the series of the DVD series that we didn't release yet. And I had the tape of the Flint Hill music video that we shot in North Carolina with all the Flint Hill Bloods. It was goons, hundreds of them in North Carolina. And we all posseed up and they had all their cars and I had my ML was down there then. We had the ML in a line. So we had them film us, pull up all the donks, all they red, the big donks and box and bubbles with the big rims, the old country down south cars that they used to do like Kool-Aid. It'll have Kool-Aid on side with Hey Kool-Aid, and they have a white and red and blue seats and interior. Like they did it in themes. Casper the Ghost, it'll be yellow with the white and yellow seats with that down south thing was popping. So they had all those hooked up cars, right? So all their cars hooked up, right? Hawaiian Punch will be with the Hawaiian Punch man with the red and the yellow and the rims and the seats be white. Oh, dope. So we had all those cars, and I had my white Benz New York thing, and we had them film. We filmed in all the places through Henderson, and so we ended up on in this part on Flint Hill, this big parking lot. So all the Bloods, it had to be like 200 Bloods in North Carolina, and they were all surrounded. And me, Reynolds, and E. Banger, Palace Mob, we was on the top of this car, right? We standing on the roof of a car, and all the Bloods are all around the car, and all around hundreds, and the girls, and the music is playing, Palace Mob, dun, 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 and we singing the song, all my creeds in the car. We doing a rap with all the Bloods around. That would have been out on YouTube back in 2006 if I would have been able to release it. Oh, Palace Mob would have been crazy. And I know y'all see why the Most High stopped that, right? Y'all can see why y'all said this is not happening. So that whole music video of all those Bloods in North Carolina and all the other was in the trunk. That's going to have relevance to the story as well. All this stuff is going to play against me in court, guys. All right, the Don 88. What's up, King? The Don 88. All those stories are going to play against me when I go to court. I'm not thinking about this, though. I'm telling y'all stuff that's going to happen in hindsight. All those tapes are in the trunk of my car, right? It's in a big bag. So this dude throws all the copper samples out, right? So he's like, I know you got drugs in here. I know there's drugs in here. So I'm like, this dude just won't stop, right? So he goes and he comes back around to the front, and now all the police come back. The captain and all of them come back. So I'm like, yes. So the captain come back. So I'm like, Captain. I called him. I couldn't wait to see him. You know, and I don't, no disrespect to the police. I had so many bad experiences is why I really don't like police, because a lot of them can be dirty, but they are good cops. And that cop was one. Yes, I see how they all gonna come together. They all gonna tie together. Y'all gonna understand everything as they fit these pieces. So the captain, he started coming. I was like, Captain! And then the little red detective dude, the little white dude that was all red, he looked at me like, why is he calling the captain like that? He looked at me, and I'm like, Captain, like, please come here. So he started walking over. So the captain walked over, right? So him and the lieutenant was with him. So he walked over. So he's like, so I'm like, you all right? He said, yeah, we got it under control. We had to lock a few of them up. I said, yeah, I was trying to stop it. He said, I know, I saw you trying. He said, thank you for, trying to calm them down. I said, I know. I said, a lot of them are these little young kids. I said, I'm from here, but I've been gone for years. I'm older. You know what I mean? I said, that's why y'all don't know me. I've been gone for years. So, I'm trying to get them out of the hood. So I got the little one that's rapping. I'm trying to get him out of the hood and his little boys. So he's like, yeah, he said, I thank you. I see you was trying. He said, so what we going to do? He said, we're going to search the cars. And if we don't find a gun, we're going to let y'all go. So I said, okay. I said, but Captain, I said, that detective over there, I said, he's just ripping, he's going through my car. And he's like, for what? He can't, what do you, I said, I don't know. He said he's looking for drugs and all that. So he's like, all right. He said, all right, so what we going to do? He said, don't worry about him. I'm gonna go search these cars. And if I don't find anything, then I'm gonna just let y'all go. So just ignore him. Right. So then he said, all right, he goes. So they go start with Star Crime's car as the first car, because he parked all the way at the end. He had a burgundy Ford Pro. So he goes down to Star Crime car. He said, whose car is this? So Star was like, it's my car. And Star was the cameraman. So he had the camera. So he said, all right, you the cameraman, right? So he said, open this car. They went to his car first. That gonna have some relevance too. So he said, pop the trunk. So Star pops the trunk. He popped the trunk. Shout out Jay Mizzy from the city, Liberty City, Miami in the building. So he pops the trunk. And then he starts looking, right? So I don't know nothing, but I could see Star face. And I'm looking at Star and I'm like, why is Star face looking like that? So then he's like, we got a gun. And I'm like, he like, we got a gun. And they pull the gun up. And I'm like, and I look at Star, I'm like, dude, you got a gun? He like, you know we needed a ratchet for the video, Luch. And I'm like, oh, come on, man. So he's like, we got a gun. So all the cops came and everything. So, and it's going to have more to this story. So they're like, all right, now we searching everything. Now it's a crime scene. Now that just changed everything. Everything changed. Their whole demeanor, everything changed. So the captain like, all right, you come, sit, all y'all, sit here, everything. Now we got a gun. We about to search everybody. Don't nobody move. Everybody. They took Star. He said, this your car? Right? They was like, this your gun? He said, I ain't saying nothing. It's like, all right, well, whoever was in this car, all of y'all are going down for this gun. If you don't want to claim it, everybody who was in, there's about 5 of them in that car. Everybody in that car, y'all going down for this gun unless somebody claim it. Star wouldn't claim it. So they put them all in handcuffs. So it's like, all right, everybody said now. So then they start to search the other cars. So that made that cop, the detective, all he cared about is me. So he turned around, he says, you going to jail, you going down. So he turned and he goes back to my car. And I'm like, oh, here you go again. And he goes inside, guys, and he starts ripping my car apart. And he's just searching and pulling stuff. And everything is throwing everything out on the ground and everything. He's just dumping everything, my mats, my thing, everything he take out, he's throwing it out on the ground. And he's just searching and searching. And he comes out and he's sitting there. And I'm sitting there, I'm watching him, right? So I'm like, okay. So he's searching, he's looking. And then, because I'm on this side, because they made us sit down, I'm on this side of the car, the driver's side, and Rebel is on the other side of the car, right? Because we lined up. Rebel's sitting on the other side of the car. So we sitting on the curb. So he stops, and then he looks, and then he just walks to his detective car. He just beeline to the detective car, and he walks over, and he goes in his car, and he's doing something. And I'm like, what is he doing? So I'm like, Rebel, watch him. He's like, I see him, Luch. I see him. I'm like, oh, no. Don't tell me he about to stash something on me, because they'll do that. I've seen plenty cops stash drugs on people that they didn't have. So he went to his car, and then he was in his car, and then he came out the car. And I'm like, Rebel, watch him. So he said, I'm watching him, Luch. So he started walking back to my car. So I was like, don't you put nothing in my car. I'm like, Captain. But the captain's down there. They searching the car like, Captain, he tried to put something in my car. And he walking back, and he just beelines back to my car. And I'm like, no, this dude about to stash drugs on me. And I'm like, so he walked back to my car, and he started searching the car again. So he's searching the car again. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, watch him, Rebel, watch him. Because he went in through the passenger side this time. He came from his car and went through the passenger side, so I can't see him. So I'm like, watch him, Rebel. He's like, I'm watching him, Luch. So he's in the car, and he's just in there. Then all of a sudden, he goes, I got it. And I look, and I can see through the open door, he must have kept digging his hand around, and his hand must have hit the button, and the secret button in the other part of the glove compartment opened, the center console. The secret parts, poof. And when that opened, the drugs were sitting right there. It was in a baggie, in a circle baggie. And he's like, I got him. And I'm like, and the only thing kept going through my head was Corey saying, "Don't go to the music don't go to the music video." Right then in the moment, Daryl at the carpet place, I could just vision. I never been to these people's house. It's like I had a vision of Daryl in these white people mansion house, this white lady talking to white lady. And he don't got my conversation skills, trying to talk her into getting us the contract, being mad at me because I didn't show up, but still trying to take care of it on our behalf. I can envision the house and everything. It probably could be the real house. I don't know, but this is just my vision. Then I can envision Corey back at the house, wondering if she's picking up telepathically that I'm in trouble. And it wasn't even a lot, KD. It wasn't even more than like 2 grams. Oh, but what happened from it, KD? When I tell part 2, it wasn't the drugs that really got me in this trouble. It was what they did to me when they took us down to the precinct. This little red racist cop. And I made a mistake. And then when I went over to the court, what they put on my record was the biggest nightmare y'all can imagine. All my whole life is about to be. Guys, this is the beginning of the end. This is the beginning of say goodbye to Lucky Luciano, say goodbye to Rashawn, say goodbye. This is the beginning, though. This here part, guys, the Most High was getting my attention. He wasn't doing me totally dirty yet. There's 2 arrests. This one, when I tell the next part and the next story, is when they take us down. All right, I'm going to tell what I'm going to do. I'm going to start next week's story in what happened from here. He found the drugs, okay? He found the drugs, right? But this is where the whole nightmare starts, okay? So he finds the drugs. He got what he needed. The captain, he calls the captain. The captain looks at me like, really, dude? You had drugs? And I'm like, I literally wanted to say, I'm sorry. I felt, honestly, guys, I honestly felt ashamed because the captain was a good guy and we was working, he trusted me, and I did have drugs, but it wasn't what he think. He don't understand. He don't come from my life. But I felt bad, like I let him down, honestly. And I really didn't even know him. That's how I really felt. So I just shook my head and put my head down. And he looked at me and he was like, I tried to help you. And I looked at him like, I understand. And they just went on, continued doing what they was doing. And so the captain was like, all right, everybody who was in this car is going down. Nobody want to take the gun. All of y'all are going down. So everybody who was in this black Mercedes is going down. Everyone who was in this music video is part of the music video and was on the heights. And they knew the black Mercedes was on the heights because I did get there before. I wasn't there in the video, but I did. So they said, everybody who was at the music video on the heights that's here, everybody's going down unless someone wants to claim the gun now. Nobody would claim the gun. And I was going down because they got the drugs in my car. And this starts the big nightmare. So now the cop was like, who gonna drive the Benz? The little white guy said, I ain't driving that piece of shit. Pardon my language. He was just jealous. That car costs more. Yeah, that's why he was jealous, because he said it down in the precinct. These little iggers drive cars better than bigger. What do you say? Their cars cost more than my whole year's salary. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, yeah, he just jealous, calling a brand new thing a piece of ish, right? So he said, well, the good thing, J-Miz, it'll go live as soon as we in this. It'll be a replay right on YouTube. You can just watch it back. So he was like, I ain't driving that piece of ish. The black dude was like, I'm gonna drive it. Can I drive it? The captain was like, yeah, you could drive it. And he was all happy to drive it. I'm like, this dude about to drive my brand new Mercedes. I'm like, these dudes. I'm like, dude, why don't y'all call a tow truck? He's like, nah, I'm driving this. Yeah, he was jello. Yeah, he was jello, Yahshuah. So now, guys, they arrest us. And I remember Reynolds' mother, she looked at me and she walked up when they was locking us and putting us in the police car. And she came over to me and she looked at me and she said, I'm sorry, Luch. Because she knew that the only reason why I was still there, guys, is because I stopped to put oil in her truck, in her van. If she wouldn't have stopped me, I had got to the car, got in the car, put it in reverse, I would have been out, gone. I would have been driving and the brigade was been coming. I would have been gone on my way to meet Daryl. But I stopped her to help her with the oil, and she knew it. And she said, I'm sorry. And I'm like, oh. And I looked at her like, dude, I was out of here. Yes, that was the Most High. He had a plan. Absolutely, Zayana. Yes. So the whole plan, wait till y'all hear the whole plan. This makes me hear what Uncle Yahshuah and all this stuff is crazy. So now, next week, I'm going to start this off with they take us down. Y'all not going to believe what happened. This begins the nightmare. They take us down, and I make the biggest move I can make. A mistake that I learned never to make again. And a mistake that I'm going to teach people who are still in this life. You need to get out of it. But if you're still in it, at least learn from the mistakes. Because, guys, a lot of stuff that the so-called people that are poor people, I don't just want to say so-called blacks, because even poor Hispanics and whites and all that, a lot of things, it's just the reality of the ghettos and the hoods that we are born in, the environment we're born in. There are different things that we need to learn in our youth. And I made a huge mistake when we got to the precinct, and it cost me dearly. But so much is going to unfold. This is a whole soap opera that's about to happen from here on. This case is crazy soap opera, and it leads to the next case. Now, this was the one where I ended up bailing out. Listen clear, I'm tying up stuff now. This arrest was the one when I finally get to go to jail, I meet Don Zell, the old man, on the phone. This is this arrest. When I get in there and I'm trying to bail myself out and sell the properties and the market is crashing in 2006 and everything, and I'm on the phone and Don Zell is stressing about his girl, and then I get him to, I bail him out and all that, and then him with Pam help me, and then we go get the nightclub with Sister E, and then the shooting. See, it's all tying up, guys. So I'm going to be tying these stories, guys, together, and all the pieces will come together as one puzzle, all of it to tie in. Yeah, and this is when, all right. So, yes, Rainy Powell, don't go to the video. Oh, wait till you see when our relation, there's so many different things happen from this. So many different things happen from this. But I remember her like, I told you not to go. All right, guys. Next week, it's going to get funky. Yeah. We about to go to jail now. Yeah. So I'm about to start telling, next week, I'm about to start telling some jail stories because it went down. When I didn't just go in and and bail out and get Donzel out. Oh, no, no, no. I was in there for 2 to 3 months. It might have been 3 months. And in that 3 months, it went down in jail. Yeah. So y'all getting some jail stories now, KD Kid. Yeah, we about to get some jail stories going on next week. So next week, we continue. This is the 15 of life. This is the first part of the Most High destroying my old life and turning me into the man of the Most High that I am now. The one that loves all y'all, the one that's trying to pour into y'all, the one that's trying to teach y'all don't do the stuff that I've been through, do not do. Everybody, even those in my ministry, they're going to understand now. You're going to have a complete picture who your brother, Uncle Yahshuah is. For those who I minister to, and for everybody in the 25 to Life family, y'all going to have a complete picture who your brother, Uncle Yahshuah is. My whole journey to understand. Now you'll understand why, and to understand that if he can change my life, he could change all y'all life. Shout out Jay Mizzy from Liberty City and in Miami. He said, have a blessed night, Yahshuah. Have a blessed night, Unc. All praise to the Most High. Yes, Zion, there's some real testimonies, real life. All right, guys. So I did not know this was going to be 4.5 hours. I thought this would be a good 2-hour one. Hopefully next week it'll only be a 2-hour one. These 4-hour ones killing me, but I guess we get meaty now. We get into like subject matter stories. You know what I mean? It's all of these are pieces to the puzzle. And they all fit. It's all one complete story, but the timelines, y'all going to have the complete picture. It's amazing how the Most High is doing this. And this is the book. This is the book and the movie and all of it's the series. Okay. So all praise to the Most High. Thank you. Remember, guys, go forth and be a light to others. Guys, everybody that's still out there in the streets, you know what I mean? Survive the thing you're in, man. Don't get caught up in their jail systems because those things are designed. We don't want to be caught in jail when all this stuff crashes around us, right? That's not the place that you're gonna want to be. All right. From Uncle Yahshuah to y'all, thank you everybody for sojourning with me tonight on this Testimony TV. Please make sure y'all like this live so we can go out to others. Subscribe to those who didn't subscribe, and I'll see y'all next week. Another one down. Keep it functional. Uncle Yahshuah, 25 to Life Testimony TV. I love you all. Remember, love the Most High, y'all. Thank y'all all. May y'all all have a blessed night.
This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah. You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to tuck that choochie. All the time on the grind, getting that doochie. This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dog side.